All right, I see the buttons that say we're recording and we're live streaming, so I'm going to say good morning. Welcome everyone to the Township of Georgian Bay Planning Council for Tuesday, April 12th, 2022. And I'd like to call this meeting to order at 9 a.m. In the spirit of reconciliation, we wish to acknowledge the enduring relationship between Indigenous peoples and the territories they traditionally occupied. We recognize and deeply appreciate the historic connection they have to this place. The land, the water, the sky, and all that live on, in, and above it. We're grateful for the opportunity to meet here, and we thank all the generations of Indigenous peoples who have taken care of this place and to continue to care for it. And we want to show our respect. 100 years after the first treaties were signed, they remain relevant today. May they guide our actions and our decisions. We commit to learn, to educate, to honor sacred places, and to take action towards real truth and reconciliation. Miigwech. I think we're all thinking a little bit more about the land and waters around us as our water is transferring slowly from ice to water, and the air is getting a little warmer, and we'll start seeing new growth. And it's a little more appropriate to think of the land as we're about to enter planning council, because that's a lot about what we do with our land. Do we have any declarations of pecuniary interest or conflicts of interest? Councillor Douglas.
I don't have a pecuniary, but may be considered a conflict, and it is on two of our files for Go Home Lake. One is for Showroad Allowance closure, which is, let me just get to the number here, sorry, 7A, which is 6930 Go Home Lakeshore. And also under the planning application, if I'm not mistaken, we have something here for, or sorry, no, it's under staff reports for municipal comments, which is 9B. And that is for 980 Island, 80 Rabbit Island.
All right.
Not a pecuniary, but it is a conflict of interest possibly.
All right, thank you. Are there any other declarations? I don't see any. If anyone thinks of one while we're going through the meeting, please let us know. Thank you very much. All right, we have a delegation to start off our morning, and that is from Mr. Chester Stanton of Dearden Stanton Limited with regards to Showroad Allowance survey procedures. If Mr. Stanton could be allowed into the, let me call it, active room, then we can go ahead with our delegation. Mr. Stanton, are you just about ready to proceed?
Yes, I am. I'm just, it asked me to re-log in, so I think it's just doing that now. Okay, there's my name on the list. Okay, yeah. Good morning, everyone. I've been working on, as a surveyor, working on the Shore Road closing surveys, and I've had a couple of discussions with your legal advisors about the way that it's done from a surveyor's perspective. So they asked me if I would give a little presentation to you about some of the potential issues you could run into with a policy of only closing the shore road allowances to unregulated water bodies, in particular Georgian Bay, to a contour elevation. By way of background, I've provided the court with opinion evidence several times on exactly these types of issues. Many of those I've acted for municipal councils, and in some cases for private property owners. So I have had a lot of experience with it, and first and foremost, I think what comes to mind is when someone, as a private property owner, is purchasing a shore road allowance, they are probably under the impression that they will then be riparian owners or waterfront property owners. And in a lot of cases, they may not understand the policy and what it means. And the kind of issue you can run into down the road would be where someone 20, 30 years down the road, when there's a new council, says, well, when we bought that, we thought we were getting riparian rights and owning right to the water's edge. And that's where the lawsuits start coming up, that the municipality, even though you're likely fine at the end of the day, could spend a lot of money defending the older policy on the basis of what was intended. And there have been some successful ones where the property owner says, my great grandfather bought it and this is what he understood to be the case. And now you're telling me I don't own that beach or that foreshore. So that's one problem that you could run into. Another one, and this wouldn't apply to everywhere in your municipality, but in some cases, if the shoreline is sandy loam or beach sand, that contour elevation or the position of that contour elevation can change over time through accretion, alluvial deposits or windborne deposits, or a bad storm can cause erosion. And therefore you go back at a different time than when the survey was done. You measure to that contour and it's in a different spot. Well, if that's going to be the policy, then I would suggest that in each specific instance, you define not only the contour elevation, but specifically that elevation on the date that the survey was prepared, so that there isn't a conflict in the future between a future contour position relative to the one that was used when the shore road was closed. Another situation I've run into a few times, we've been called and asked to identify on a plan where a personal injury issue arose, and to say, was it on municipal land or was it on private property? Now I give those opinions. I don't see what the outcomes of those cases are, but we have run into that. So that's another consideration. What other municipalities do in understanding that the main reason for having a contour elevation is to ensure that there's no construction or improvements that are going to be negatively affected by high water or wave runoff. So some municipalities, even though they alienate the shore road allowance rate to the water's edge and make the upland property owner a riparian owner, they then have a contour elevation in their zoning bylaw and say, okay, from that contour elevation, there can't be any improvements or structures within a distance, 10 meters, 15 meters, 20 meters of that contour elevation. And that seems to be working. I haven't run into any problem with that kind of a thing. So you're differentiating, in that case, ownership and zoning criteria. I don't think that there's anything else I had to put forward other than I'm open to questions.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Stanton, and for that information. As you surely appreciate, and we do, the determining where the property line starts and stops when you have water elevation changes is always a challenge with open interpretation. But I think if you don't mind, we will probably be asking you a couple of questions. And with that, we're going to start with Councillor Cooper, please.
Thank you, Mayor Kutsier and Mr. Stanton. I guess my first question is, you indicated that you were speaking to us today on behalf of somebody, a legal counsel or something. What exactly is that about? Can you explain that to me?
It's actually the municipality's lawyer and I were discussing a plan that we prepared for a shore road closing. And we have in the past on a couple of occasions. And she was asking me about, what I thought about this policy of closing the shore road to a contour elevation. And I explained to her basically what I just explained to you. And she then asked if I would be willing to give that information to you directly.
And who was that lawyer specifically, please?
It's HDR Graham Partners, and it was Louise Maurice, who is the assistant to one of those lawyers.
I see. Okay, that was my first question. And I'm sort of think I understand what you're talking about. There's I guess a couple of things. We do have a few areas where there's sort of a sandy shoreline, and that could be different. Thankfully, we have not too much of that, only in that it's I understand what you're saying, that the contour can change over time. Most of our shorelines are Canadian Shield, because we're not really in southern Georgian Bay, we're in eastern Georgian Bay for the most part. I think just down around Port Severn would be where you'd see some of these sandy shorelines. But with the more fixed shoreline, shall we say, with the Canadian Shield, the other matter though is that we have a 7-foot swing in water levels. And that's why we use a high water mark in our planning documents, because we have to sort of allow for the, I won't call it the worst case, but the most extreme case, which may be either 7 feet up or 7 feet down. And always remember that it can come back up again. So we need to worry about not only high water, but wave uprush or storms, etc. And so I'm just trying to understand, are you suggesting that having a high water mark used for shore road allowance purchases is a good thing or a bad thing?
I think it's a potential bad thing for the municipality because of the different types of claims that can be made against it. What I would suggest is that if you sell to the water's edge, making the upland property owner a riparian owner, they would own to the water's edge at any given time. So if the water's up to 177.5, that's as far as they own. If the water slowly goes back down to 175, then so does their ownership. And that's the characteristic of riparian property ownership in Ontario. We don't really call it high water mark because legally that term only applies to tidal bodies of water. So in Ontario, that would be James Bay and Hudson's Bay. Inland lakes where there's no tides, the term high water mark is more of a general term, meaning, the highest level the water gets to. And in the case of Georgian Bay, of course, we have that recorded.
Yeah, so for our planning purposes, to my way of thinking, using the current water level is rather irrelevant. We need to protect against the realities of what happens during high water. And no, there isn't any tide, and mainly in the inland lakes, there is a rise in water levels in the spring, but there's not the same swing that we're talking about on the Middle Great Lakes of 7 feet. And that's just a reality that we have to deal with. So I'm a little bit confused as to how we could work around that. Just my comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Yanko, please.
Thank you. The question I have is that after listening to your presentation, I wasn't quite sure if you're supportive or against individuals buying their shore road allowances. Can you maybe expound on that? Are you for or against?
Right. I would say that I would be for property owners being able to buy their shore road allowance, especially in instances where they have improvements built on the shore road allowance already, which, as you know, is fairly common with anything that was built back in the mid 1900s or so, because they didn't really worry too much about zoning requirements in those days. But that's ownership, and I want to make sure that you're not confusing my comments with respect to ownership and planning. For planning purposes, zoning bylaw purposes, building permit applications, you definitely want to have a setback from the high water contour. There's no question about that. You need that. I'm just saying with ownership, if you don't sell right to the water's edge, you may be opening yourself up for future liability.
All right, thank you. Councillor Hazelton, please. You are muted, sir.
Sorry, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Alrighty, so the dilemma that we face in Georgian Bay, and Councillor Cooper began to highlight this, is let's say that you want to buy your Showroad Allowance, and the township policy was as it used to be, which is you survey from the existing watermark. And let's say we have low water like we did in 2012. I can tell you, for example, on my property, I have another 50 feet of shoreline from the high water mark because of the shallow slope of my property. So if the surveyor were to survey that, I would be buying 50 feet of land that isn't really mine to buy. It's the township's land, because in high water, it's all covered in water, and it's all, as I understand it, it's all defined as SL zoning, which is all the land under the water in the township below 177.4. So I'm confused here. If I buy my Showroad Allowance and the surveyor is allowed to survey at the watermark, whenever that watermark is, one day I could be surveying 50 feet out from 177.4, and the next day I could be surveying at 177.4, and that just doesn't make any sense. There's no continuity. So there may be something in what you're saying here about perceived ownership, but when we are selling the Showroad Allowance, what the planning department does is they add that land area into the lot area of the property, and that has other impacts that may be negative or maybe positive. At least they have done that in the past. We've had planning staff who have coached residents into buying and having their property surveyed in ultra low water so that they get more land. So there are lots of other factors in all of this that I'm not sure you've addressed, and would certainly welcome your insights on all those complicating factors.
Yes, and that's a good point, and it is an issue, and it's an ongoing issue, not just with road allowance purchases, but with riparian properties in general. The actual law is that from the water's edge upland, so the dry land from the water's edge belongs to the upland property owner. In the case of the Showroad Allowance, that would be the municipality. The inner limit of the Showroad Allowance is fixed as of the time the original survey of the parcel was created. So the Showroad Allowance can be 66 feet wide or 20 meters wide, based on what it was when it was originally surveyed. It can get wider as the water level goes down, and the municipality would still own the width. Like you said, it could be 30 meters wide at any given point in time when there's low water, and it could be 40 feet wide in high water. But I think that your ratepayers, if they're considering a purchase of the Showroad Allowance, they should talk to their lawyer and the surveyor, because the surveyor shouldn't be taking extreme water levels. They should be using basically an ordinary water's edge. So we're not going to take a spring flood elevation or, you know, if the winds are drawing the lake down a meter on that day because of the way it pushes the waves up on the other side of the lake, we're not going to take that either. We would be using an average that we take from the records of the water levels on Georgian Bay.
So,
But-
so that predefined average, so to speak, or that predefined mark on Georgian Bay is 177.4. And the risk you have is you can't ask independent lawyers because everybody is going to have a different opinion. You can't ask surveyors because they're going to offer different opinions. The township has to have a policy on how we go about doing this. Otherwise, one day somebody's going to be buying their Showroad allowance and paying for 40 feet of width. And some other day, somebody's going to be buying their Showroad allowance and they're going to be paying for 80 feet of width. So we need a policy that is fair. That is
Councillor
fair to all
Hazelton.
people.
This is just simply to ask Mr. Stanton if he has any input, not
I know,
for us to.
I'm just trying to highlight the challenge of what we have in Georgian Bay and the problems that we have experienced to date, and making sure that those are clear, and then seeking whatever other opinions he may have.
Okay. Ms. Way, you've had your hand up for quite some time.
Thank you, your worship. A couple of things I would just like to note that we need to very much keep in mind when discussing the high water mark or the contour line, I guess, as the term may be within Georgian Bay. The purpose for the high water mark for zoning is very much necessary and very much required, but that is 100% separate than the need to know where that line is for the purchase and selling of land specific to an SRA. Those are two completely separate things and we can't confuse them. The reason being, for instance, if we say only sold to the 177 mark, but there is an extra strip of land in the middle, and this is one thing that Mr. Stanton kind of pointed on, then we're left with, say, a 1 meter strip between where they own and our shore road that we currently own and where they own. And now we own a strip of property within the middle of their property, right? This is one thing that can happen if we're not following the current high water mark as it is noted on the survey versus the 177 mark that is in our policy, which we have recently found out is not legal, which is why some of our more recent surveys don't match our policy, and which is why surveyors such as Mr. Stanton have had multiple communications with our lawyers because our policy doesn't meet the legislation of how we're required to sell land. So then we're left with potentially a strip of land in the middle that we still owned. And if someone were to trip and fall, if an injury happened or whatnot, we are now 100% liable for a strip of land in the middle of someone else's property. I understand the difference between if someone purchased when there was high water versus low water, and staff are currently looking at different fee structure options to make sure that things are equitable for everyone purchasing their shore road, to make sure that, you know, if it was low water that year when it got surveyed and 5 years later it's higher water, and so now someone is paying less potentially for the same shore frontage. That's different than the surveying needing to be required to follow where that shoreline is. We can't sell or we can't miss anything outside and around where that mark is. Does that make sense? And Mr. Stanton isn't here to debate our policy. He was here today to be able to provide us information with how the surveyors survey the information based off of the requirements of our legislation and regulations within Canada and Ontario.
So a graphic helping us understand your idea of a strip of land that the township would own that would be in the middle of a customer's property, or the resident's property, would be helpful, because all I can imagine is it might be a strip of land between the surveyed 177.4 and the actual water line, but that wouldn't be in the middle of the property. It would be between the 177.4 line and the water. You know, I might suggest here that what we tried to do with the policy of 177.4 is create a policy that was fair to everybody when they were purchasing their Showroad allowance. And so from a surveyor standpoint, to me, it would make sense that they always survey to 177.4, and we do all the calculations of land area based on 177.4. But if you want to word it such that they own down to the water's edge at any point in time, that sounds reasonable and fair to me, but it's unreasonable for someone to 1 year get the privilege of only buying 40 feet.
Yeah.
And the next year, the next guy has to buy 80 feet.
I don't want to get us drifting too far into a long debate on a policy that staff has not provided any sort of revisions to discuss. But I think one thing, and I'm going to move it over to Dr. Spill in a moment. I think one thing we have to reflect upon is many people in our area bought their property many years ago based on a survey done, sometimes based on surveys done over 100 years ago.
Yeah.
And those surveys indicated a shore road allowance, often about 66 feet worth, I believe, and did not necessarily indicate how the relationship between either edge of those shore road allowance and our water levels. And so I think Mr. Stanton has highlighted some of the challenges. We're aware of some of the other challenges. Dr. Spill, I'll allow you to speak to this for a moment, but I would also like us to get back to our regular agenda. But I do appreciate Mr. Stanton's presentation and his reference to riparian rights. I think that's something we have to understand in any policy work we do on this. Dr. Spilla, please.
Thank you, Mayor Kutsier. Through you to the members of council, I would like to clarify that the planning department is not actively involved in applications for shore road allowance purchases. In terms of surveys, we are involved with them for building permits, minor variances, consents, and other Planning Act applications. So just to confirm for council's understanding, the planning department is not involved in shore road allowance applications. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Good discussion. I think staff fully appreciates that, as does council, that there are some challenges with our shore road allowance policy, and I know it's gone through variations over the last few decades. I think that we need to have a more thorough. We need a review to make sure we're doing things that are fair to everyone. Councillor Cooper, you had an additional remark?
Yes, thank you. And I hope we do bring this forward for discussion at some point, because I think there's a couple of things that may be missing here. One is that there are three property owners. There's the property owner, there's the Township of Georgian Bay with shore road allowance on mainland waterfront, and then there's the Crown. Crown owns the land under. What point do they own it? And we're hearing all sorts of different opinions, including opinions from a law firm out of southern Georgian Bay, where there's slopes and sand and so forth, and that's what they're referencing. This is a very different kettle of fish, and I think we need to consider this very carefully, that we're not selling anything other than what the township owns, and in a consistent way to move the line sometimes by, as Councillor Hazelton says, 40 or 80 feet doesn't make any sense. So I just wanted to put that forth, that we need to understand some of the subtleties that are related to this. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. With that, I'm going to say thank you very much, Mr. Stanton, but please don't go anywhere, because we'll be looking at an application for which you did the survey shortly.
Okay.
I have moved by Councillor Wienko, seconded by Councillor Jarvis. Be it resolved, the council adopts the planning agenda of April 12th, 2022 as circulated. All those in favor? And that is carried. Thank you. This morning, there's a public meeting scheduled for 3 Shore Road closing applications. I will briefly summarize the procedure to be utilized for the meeting. First, the clerk will advise council as to when, how, and to whom notice of the public meeting was circulated for the proposed Shore Road closings being considered. Next, staff will advise of the purpose and effect of the bylaw and provide for any other information that is relevant to the applications, and staff will summarize any correspondence on file. From there, the public will have an opportunity to speak and provide comments to the bylaw being considered. Please be respectful of time and be concise with your comments. All commentators are requested to state their name and address for the record. Council will then have an opportunity to provide comments for clarification. I now declare this meeting to be a public meeting pursuant to the Municipal Act of 2001 as amended to deal with the following proposed shore road closing bylaws. R 21-15 for 585 Georgian Bay Road. R 19-14 for 6930 Go Home Lakeshore, and R 21-16 for 2127 Harrison Trail. To our clerk.
Notice of the public meeting was published in a newspaper and sent. A notice was sent to the abutting properties in the close proximity of the property at least 20 days prior to today's meeting.
Thank you. And I'm going to propose to council that we do the what was 7C in our agenda, which is the 585 Georgian Bay Road application first, because that's the application for which Mr. Stanton had done the survey. And with that, I will turn it over to staff in regard to application R 21-15. Ms. Levesque, I believe you're presenting. Thank you.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. I'm just going to share my screen here. Okay, so the first application this morning is R 21-15. As you are aware, this was presented at the February 15th, 2022 Planning Council meeting. At this meeting, the applicant had some concerns with one of the lines drawn out on the survey. Since then, the applicant received some clarity from the surveyor and is now in agreement with the survey that was presented at that February 15th meeting. Just as a quick recap, the Showroad Allowance for Part 1 is 1,938.50 square meters at a cost of $8 per square meter for a purchase price of $15,508 plus HST. We have an image of the location map here, as well as some aerial views. These images were provided by the applicant. As you can see, that orange line there is actually the 177.4 mark indicated on the property. I'm just going to scroll through. The applicant's present this morning, so he'll be able to provide some more clarification to these images. And this is the survey. This is the same survey that was presented at the February 15th meeting. I can zoom in here just so you can get a better look. And as well, you can zoom in here. Okay, so that's everything. I'm just going to stop sharing and I'm going to bring Mr. Elgar over as well. I believe he's here. Oh, he's here already. Perfect. Oh, sorry.
I see I'm still muted. I have to catch myself at that now and then too. Mr. Elgar, do you have any additional comments you wish to make in regard to this application?
Well, we sent the pictures of the house with the line of your high water mark indicated on it. And so my concern with the purchase of the shore road is that in fact I still won't own the land that my house is on because you're going to maintain this this strip of land between our property and the Crown property. It seems to me that the high water mark is rather irrelevant to the purchase of the shore road. The shore road was established, 150 years ago. In 1878 when it was originally surveyed, as Mr. Stanton said, and that's what we've asked to purchase, so that in fact there is no municipality between us and the Crown land of under the water. We just have that riparian right from the Shore Road 66-foot mark that's been determined a long time ago. And if the water level drops, we don't own that piece of land to the water's edge. We have the riparian rights to it. And there's nobody else in between us and the Crown. And I don't understand why you would want to complicate it with maintaining that strip. And also you're not, you haven't deducted that from the area of the purchase. You're still charging us for the 66 feet, even though we're only going to get 30 feet.
All right. When I look at the survey for the Showroad Allowance that you would acquire, it encompasses both your buildings. In other words,
Yeah.
so that therefore you would be purchasing the land on which your buildings currently sit. I believe, Ms. Levesque, we calculate the area as to down to the current water line. Is that not correct? For the amount we charge.
Yeah, that's correct.
So,
That's incorrect,
and why do you say that?
because the current water line fluctuates on a daily basis. It's down to the line that was established as the watermark in 1878.
Well, we are selling you the Showroad Allowance. However, the calculation for how much we charge you is based on the water line as it was surveyed.
Yes, not what the water line is today.
No, on the date it was surveyed,
Right.
because that's the best information we have.
So that would be potentially a flaw in your system in terms of not just charging to the 66-foot mark, as opposed to allowing it to fluctuate on an hourly, if not daily basis, depending on when that survey is taken, which to me seems counterintuitive to your bottom line. It should be 66 feet regardless of what's happening with the water level.
And I think that's
From the property's edge to the water line, where that 66-foot lays is somewhat irrelevant.
No.
Over the history of the township, we've had different opinions of what we should be doing, and I think staff, council has made it clear to staff that we have to review our policy. But as it currently exists, what we charge you is based on the water line, the water level at the date of survey.
So I can understand the debate then.
Date of original survey, yes, not.
So the 1867 date or the date that our latest survey was done?
Ms. Levesque, which survey are you using to calculate the area, please?
Sorry, it's the survey that Mr. Stanton completed for you to calculate the purchase price, not the one from 1878.
Well, the one he's prepared for us is based on the 1878 survey. That's what he does. He goes into the land registry office and gets all the information that's been recorded and produces the survey from it. He hasn't just made up some arbitrary water's edge and measured 66 feet from it. That this has been established a long time ago. The shape of that piece of land was established a long time ago.
That's
for you
that's true for the upland edge of the Showroad Allowance. That was established on original surveys. Mr. Stanton, can you speak to the, I'll call it the water side edge of the Showroad Allowance that you surveyed?
Yes, the water boundary is the water's edge on the normal water's edge on the day that we did the survey. So if there was a wave rush up or something that affected the normal calm water level, we would take that into account. But on that day that we did that survey, we tied in the water's edge, and that's what's shown on the plan. And you're correct, the inner limit of the Showroad Allowance is fixed. The outer limit fluctuates. That's just the nature of riparian property ownership.
So again, I asked the question for the purposes of calculating the cost of that piece of property. It should be based on that original survey, not where the water happens to fall on that particular day.
In our current policy, it's based on the survey of the day. And that, again, that's one of the debates. Councillor Hazelton, you're shaking your head.
Yes, sir. Mayor Kutsier, we passed a policy in 2019 that stated that the Showroad Allowance purchases for the Georgian Bay properties will be using the 177.4 elevation as the water line from which you measure back to the original surveyed lot, and not the instance found by a surveyor of where the water was at that particular point in time. And in this case, what that would do is it would likely mean that there's a much smaller area of land for the Elgars to purchase than this survey would show, because that water's edge will likely be much lower than 177.4.
Ms. Wei.
In this case, if we follow the 177.4, they wouldn't be purchasing, they still wouldn't own half the land or portion of the land in which their structures sit on. So we have to sell them that entire portion.
How do you explain what you're saying? It doesn't make any sense to me. They own right now, they own down to the rightmost black line on the survey that is shown. And then they would, if they buy the Showroad Allowance out to the 177.4, they will own, they would purchase something less than what is being shown at the water's edge. But if you were to instantly modify the policy and say they own everything down to the water's edge, whenever it is, then you've accomplished the objective. The point is we don't want to be one day charging somebody for 40 feet and the next day charging them for 60 or 80 feet. Because if we have low water like we had in 2012, that water's edge would be probably 5 meters out.
Ms. Wei.
I understand council's concern about the fluctuation of where the water line lies and how that impacts how much land is being purchased by the owners and the impacted costs with that, or the associated costs with that. That still doesn't change the fact that there are laws and policies in place that are above and beyond the township of Georgian Bay's allowability to determine an influx. Like, we have to follow the Ontario Land Registry process and the laws set out by them by the province of Ontario. That means any part of the shore road, whether the water line is way down here or way up here, where that hard line was originally drawn, and in this case, their property was built, their structures were built in the shore road. So that hard outline is what we are selling. That is part one of the survey. In this case, that is what we're selling. And if we sold less than that, then they would be missing a strip that we would still own. We have to sell everything above the watermark. But this is what we're legally obligated to do. We can't make up our own rules based off of the fluctuation. And yes, staff are aware that this isn't necessarily fair in the impacting of costs, which is why we're trying to reevaluate the survey process, the whole SRA process as a whole, to redetermine how we purchase and sell the land. But right now, we calculate it based off the square meter that is above the water line. That is the entire part of part one that is shown in the survey.
And I beg to disagree. We had a policy that we changed in 2019. Our previous CAO did the research, brought back a resolution in 2019, and it pegged the high water mark of 177.4 as the mark to use for surveys for Showroad Allowance in Georgian Bay. And I understand that you've got some ideas of other legal opinions, but I don't think that we in this forum can resolve that issue, because the research was done by our previous CAO for Georgian Bay, and we all approved it back in 2019.
Ms. Wei, followed by Mr. Elgar.
I don't want to get into a debate over what research was and was not done in 2019. I don't think this is fair to the Elgars that we're debating over our process currently. What is before us is whether or not council is willing to sell part one as on the reference plan. If you are not willing to sell part one, then they don't get to purchase anything, and or they redraw the survey. But if they redraw the survey, it may be rejected by the Land Registry Office because it doesn't meet provincial legislation. So we can either accept the survey as it's presented. That's really what we need to determine today, if we want to sell them part one or not.
Mr. Elgar, do you, or? Ms.
Yeah, I
Elgar?
would say to Mr. Hazelton that the fluctuation of the amount of area that we're planning to purchase is a result of your township's policy to use this other line other than the one that was established a long time ago. If we purchase the whole part, as Ms. Wade suggests, then there isn't any fluctuation. And we just have it's about whether the township of Georgian Bay has the riparian rights to the water or whether we have the riparian rights to the water. And where the water is utterly irrelevant. It matters to the zoning. You want to make sure you build the houses above the water. I understand that. But in terms of who owns part one, that's what our purchase is about, whether you own it or we own it. And if we only get to the high water mark, then most of our existing house is still going to be on township property, supposedly, which makes no sense to us. I mean, the first thing when we started discussing with the township about that we want to build a new house, they said, well, you can't have any structures on the shore road unless you own it. But here you're telling us that we can only own part of it. So I think that we do need to purchase the entire piece, and we're happy to pay for the 66 feet. But, if you're only going to grant to us 30 feet, then it has to be surveyed as such, and we'll only pay for that portion. And you guys still own that front strip in front of us. And, if somebody falls and hurts themselves, then we'll make sure that they're suing you about it instead of us. I mean, it's kind of bizarre to me right now that our entire house, our entire existence here would be your responsibility for liability in that regard. Like, it doesn't make any sense to me.
Mayor, can I respond to that?
Go ahead.
First of all, I have no problems with us approving the selling of this land. However, I think we all want to be very clear on the fact that if we sell this land and the water level goes down, the township will still own a piece of land in front of the property.
No, they won't.
It'll be the
Well, because
Crown's, not.
we are not, the Showroad Allowance policy today doesn't say you own down to the water's edge regardless of the level. It, as this survey shows, it pegs the location of the water's edge for the purchase of the land. So when the water level goes down, the township again will own water land in front of the property. And I don't have a problem with it as far as I'm concerned. Sell it. This is not an issue that we want to drag the Elgars through. If they're happy with purchasing, I'm fine to approve it, but I think we need to understand the implications of what is being discussed here, because when the water level goes down, there will be land in front of the Elgar's property that the Elgars don't own, and by definition, it'll be the town. Karen, how can you shake your head?
Because, sorry, your worship, if I may,
Please.
riparian rights come into play. And that is beyond our control and regulation. So when if someone owns to the water's edge level goes down, then riparian rights come into play and they still own to the water's line. Not us, them.
So does the survey explicitly state that this survey, regardless of where the line is today, the survey implies that it will always fluctuate with the level of water? I doubt very much that the survey says that. So, and our policy.
Okay, what I'm concerned about here, quite frankly, is we could spend the next 2-3 days discussing what this policy should or shouldn't be. And I certainly hope that staff understands the concern that council has, but I don't want to waste the applicant's time having that 3-day discussion, as valid as I believe the discussion is. And so I want to try to rein this back in to this particular application, in fairness to this applicant and subsequent applicants in the short run. Councillor Douglas, please.
Thank you. Just a question for the applicant. Are you satisfied the way that this sits at this point? Because it sounds like you're not.
Well, with the survey at this point, you mean?
And the purchase, yes.
Yes, but as up to the 66 foot, the part one, as it's indicated, is what we think we need, so that we own and the boundary is then to the crown, and the municipality is not in there. And as far as the zoning for the new house, it pushes our house farther back with this high water mark, and that presents a problem. But that, you know, the zoning and planning is an entirely separate issue.
Okay, if I thank you for that. Just a subsequent, Mayor Coutier. I'm the way I'm hearing this is that there is not an entire clarity with our applicant how this is actually, what the purchase actually ends up being. And I'm going to suggest, until we get clarity with the applicant, that this be deferred for further clarity, because right now I don't see how we can actually sell this or approve this when our applicant is not 100% happy with the outcome yet. So perhaps this needs to come back once we have reestablished or done our homework with staff on reestablishing what our bylaws say. That's how I'm hearing it. And personally, I don't feel comfortable even voting on this at this point. Thank you.
Mr. Elgar.
Well, I think I did say that we were happy with purchasing this. We have issues with regards to where we want to build our house, because the high water mark pushes the house farther back. But that, you know, that's a planning and a building permit issue where, you know, we deal with the civil servants. We want to build according to the rules that we're allowed to build in. And the first rule was that we need to purchase the shore road. It's really you council that are the ones that are unclear on stuff, not me.
No, I understand that. I understand that, but I think the fact that there's no clarity here, we have to have some clarity before we vote on this. And to me, it seems like we're a little bit split right now. So
what's unclear?
Sorry?
What's unclear?
Well, you've asked us a couple of times who owns what and where, and it seems like you're not entirely happy with the way the lines are sitting, and not from a planning perspective, but if it could get a little bit more clarity as to, you know, whether there's whether you're actually happy with what you're purchasing. It just sounds like there's questions surrounding where the lines are right now.
Well, my conversations with the surveyors and with your lawyer indicates that what I would own is the part 1 that is indicated on the drawings, and that the township would not own anything else between our property and what would be crown land under the water, wherever the water level is. And we're fine with that. That's how we've always understood this to be in the 20 years we've owned the property, that's the shore road, and that's what we've needed to purchase. And if we're to go ahead and project this high water mark through the property, half of my house isn't on property I'm able to own, apparently.
Okay. Ms. Levesque, followed by Councilors Cooper and Jarvis, followed by me.
I just wanted to know, I think both meetings have been very confusing for the applicant and staff and council. And I think it comes down to that the applicant's satisfied with the survey that was presented today, as well as it was presented at the February 15th meeting. And staff are comfortable with this purchase as well as the applicant. So ultimately it is up to council's decision to approve it today. But I just think the conversations have gotten confusing, and I think other issues have got brought into this conversation. And I think that's what's making it more confusing than it has to be. But like I said, the applicant is comfortable with the survey presented in front of you.
Thank you. Councilor Cooper, followed by Councilor Jarvis.
Thank you. And I happen to agree with Councilor Douglas. I think we're dealing with some ambiguity here. And I don't feel comfortable selling this the way it's being measured. And it's not what we approved in 2019 either. So it's not making any sense to me. And it's not confusing. We're basically suggesting with this type of measurement that the Showroad Allowance can shift like this all the time. And that's just, doesn't make any sense when there's the Crown owns the land outside of the high water mark. So I'm sorry, but I don't buy it.
Councillor Jarvis, followed by Clerk Way and CEO Lucia.
Yeah, I would suggest that Councillor Cooper isn't buying it. The applicant is buying it. But having said that, I'm comfortable with the purchase as it currently stands. In my mind, the horse is out of the barn already, because particularly in coastal Georgian Bay, I would expect that a number of SRAs that have been purchased over the years are similar to this one, and in which case there's a lot of confusion with a lot of them, but they're already sold. So that's got to be something we got to deal with down the road here. I think we deal with this one now, give the applicant their property so they can move ahead with further development. My concern is more with the high water mark and where they needed to develop than with selling this SRA. Let's get this done. If in the future it's determined that what we're selling is more than what we should be selling, then we have to reimburse some people, or if it's the other way around, we'll have to figure that one out. But for now, let's get this one out of the way, get these applicants on the road to what they want to do next, and move on.
Thank you. Ms. Way.
This application is one of 3 that is presented today. Each one has unique shorelines, so each survey is specific to that property. But as a whole, there seems to be discomfort with the policy versus what is legally obligated between us and the Land Registry Office. And either we are comfortable with moving forward with the surveys we have today, case by case situation, or we're not, in which case we shouldn't be selling any SRAs and we need to pause on all of them. And I hope that we don't repeat the same debate with each application moving forward. But I think that's where I hear we're at. We are either comfortable with the surveys that have been vetted by the property owners, the surveyors, and legal counsel, or we're rejecting all of the surveys because they're all following the same guidelines that the surveyors, the Ontario land surveyors, need to follow, that are obligated to follow in drawing out these boundary lines.
Ms. Boutia.
Through your worship, that's exactly what I just want to support Clerk Way. She's bang on. We can't trump another piece of legislation with a bylaw and or a policy that we've set in place. Errors have happened. Our policy's not where it's supposed to be. We're planning to bring it back in Q3 of this year. Between now and then, we can't stop business. So we need to do what is required for us to do. And in this case, we've done all of the homework, not only this case, but the other 2 that are coming in front of us today. And even if we would defer, the information is not going to change next month and the month following and the month following until we bring back the policy to line up the policy with the law. Therefore, between now and then, we should just stick with what our lawyers and experts are telling us that we need to do that is compliant.
Councillor Bocek.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I concur with Councillor Stephen Jarvis. It's time to move forward. It's time to do this, close it, and move forward and deal with our own internal lack of policy, I guess, when it comes to this at a later time. But there's no reason to hold up these residents' wish and desires to move forward with this. If they're comfortable with it and our staff is comfortable with it, I'm comfortable with it as well.
Thank you. Councillor Douglas, you want to make an additional comment before?
Yeah, just an additional comment. Thank you. Listen, if our applicants are happy with the way things are, and this is where I'm sort of got a little bit muddled here with this, I'm not sure, and this is why I asked the question. If the applicants are happy with the way that this is being presented in our current policies, I am happy to go forward with the vote today. I just want to make sure. I just wasn't sure whether or not our applicant was happy or asking for something else. So if they are entirely happy with the way this is presented and wish us to go forward to vote on this under the current policy, I'm very happy to make a decision.
Thank you. much of what I want to say has been said. I think it's very unfortunate, and I greatly appreciate the applicant's patience that we are debating a policy matter instead of the application in front of us. Clearly, our policy needs to be reviewed. Clearly, staff has initiated that review. We do definitely have a challenge yet again of where the boundaries are between the municipality and the province, let alone the federal governments on responsibilities. This seems to surface on a semi-regular basis. I recall way back when, and was it in the 70s or early 80s, when Showroad Allowances first started being sold, and they were at that point basically sold based on the surveys that were prepared 100 years prior. And you bought the 66 feet, whether it was above water, below water, like zero reference was made to water levels at that time. Was that correct or incorrect? I don't know. But in this case, staff, in conjunction with the applicant and the professional advisors and surveyors, have prepared an application. I think it makes perfect sense to sell the Showroad Allowance to the applicants simply because almost all their buildings currently are on the Showroad Allowance. B, it's a requirement for them to make a building and planning application to do some. And if we're going to defer all Showroad Allowances for half a year before we approve a new policy, I don't think that is in any way fair to our residents. And so, with apologies to our applicants for taking so much of their time, I think that we should sell this, consider, and I'll call for the vote, consider selling the Showroad Allowance to the applicants as we have very consistently in the last few years to any other applicant. And the other two Showroad Allowances in front of us, I don't believe are on Georgian Bay, so they don't have the same water level concern. I could be mistaken, but I don't believe they are. But I think we should just go ahead. I'm going to call for the vote after I read the motion and move on. And I know that staff has heard all our concerns, and I think they were already aware of them. So I have moved by Councillor Jarvis, second by Councillor Hazelton. Be it resolved, the council passed the closing bylaw 2022-032 to stop up, close, and convey part of the original Showroad Allowance line in front of Lot 29, Concession 13, Baxter, being Part 1 on Plan 35R 26-681, now in the Township of Georgian Bay, or 585 Georgian Bay Road, for the purchase price of $15,508 plus HST. All those in favor? And that is carried. To the Elgars, you now finally own the land, or once you sign the paper.
Apparently we have to pay for it first.
Yeah, well, but then you will own the land on which you have built and lived for I don't know how many years.
I've been here 20 years now.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you. Oh, and
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you to the surveyor for his input in this today too. Thank you.
All right, the next round, I believe, is, make sure I get the right one here. We will now do application R19-14 for 6930 Go Home Lakeshore.
Can you all see my presentation?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Great. Okay, so the Showroad Allowance has been requested by the applicants to allow for future development. The Showroad Allowance for Part 1 is 990 square meters at a cost of $8 per square meter for a purchase price of $7,920 plus HST. The property is zoned Shoreline Residential Type 1. There are 2 open building permits on file for a deck and a dock. We have an image of the location map and some aerial views. And this application was received on October 2nd, 2019, and we have received no correspondence on this application. We have the survey here. I'll just zoom in so you can take a look. The applicants are purchasing part 1 here. And I believe I'm just going to pull over the applicants now. Oh, they're here. Thank you, Karen.
Not only am I muted, I have to get my mouse in the right place to unmute. Do the applicants wish to add anything, any comments? Not hearing any. I don't believe we have any members of the public that want to.
Sorry, I was not, I had to, it's been a while since I've used this program. Sorry, no, we have no comments. We're fine. We're good to go.
All right, thank you very much. And I don't believe we have any members of the public that wanted to speak to this.
No, no members.
Council, any comments, questions, or inquiries in regard to this particular application? Councillor Cooper, please.
To all of us, including our clerks department, that-
We're having difficulty hearing you, Councillor Cooper.
Sorry, can you hear me now?
Definitely.
I guess if I turn my head a little bit, you can't hear me. Sorry about that. So I'm trying to look at the survey. I just wanted to point out that if you look at the survey, there's a flooded portion of the survey, which would probably be spring flood, for example. And it says Crown land. It should inform us of what we're dealing with on Georgian Bay. We're not selling the flooded portion because we don't own it. The Crown does. So I just would like to draw that to our attention. Thank you.
You have me confused. Where are you showing?
If you look at part 1 in this survey, and then you look to the left, it says flooded portion. You see what I'm talking about?
Oh, okay, yes, sorry, yes.
So I'm just saying it informs us a little bit. There's no desire to sell land that's really Crown land when that gets flooded in the spring, and then the water recedes in the summer months. And so that is quite normal and typical, and that's why we have I think it informs us that we do have something to deal with on the Georgian Bay Shore Road Allowances. That's my point. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councilor Yanko.
To that issue, I think we have the same situation on 6 Mile Lake. Go Home Lake as well as 6 Mile Lake have had their water levels risen purposely by putting in dams. So that Crown land existed before the dams went in. But once the dams were in, then the water level came up to what the standards are today. So you'll probably see that on a lot of applications, but all this flooding happened 60, 70 years ago. So it's not recent.
Yeah, it would appear that as a consequence of that the Showroad Allowance was actually moved at that time. So the Showroad Allowance of 100 years ago is different than the Showroad Allowance of 50 years ago.
Not all lakes are regulated. That's also the point. Thank you.
Any other comments? I have moved by Councillor Hazelton, seconded by Councillor Douglas. Be it resolved that Council passed closing bylaw 20-22-0, probably 3.3, right, Karen? To stop up, close, and convey part of the original Showroad Allowance in front of Lot 31, Concession 10, and Part Lot 31, Concession 10, Gibson, shown as 66 Road Allowance on Plan M308, being Part 1 of 35R-26752, for 6930 Go Home Lakeshore for the purchase price of $7,920 plus HST. And that council passed the deeming bylaw 2022-034 to deem part of Plan M308 in the former township of Baxter, now in the township of Georgian Bay, not to be a registered plan of subdivision for the purpose of the Planning Act. All those in favor? And that is carried. Thank you. And our final Shore Road allowance is in regard to is application R21-16 for 2127 Harrison Trail. Ms. Levesque, please.
Okay, so the last Shore Road Allowance application is for R21-16-2127 Harrison Trail. The road allowance and the Shore Road Allowance has been requested by the applicants to allow for future development. The road allowance is part one for 752 square meters at a cost of $8 per square meter. And the Shore Road Allowance for part two is 399 square meters at a cost of $12 per square meter, for a total purchase price of $18,804 plus HST. The Shore Road Allowance was received on October 18th, 2021. The property is zoned shoreline residential type 1. Here on the location map, it's the strip of land beside the highlighted subject lands in red. It's just a zoomed out location map as well as some aerial views. I will note that these GeoHub lines are very off. You'll see that it looks like the road allowance is like the property owner's whole dwelling is located on the road allowance. You'll see on the survey that's not correct. I'm going to zoom in here just so you can get a better idea. So it just looks like it's just the tip of the dwelling that's actually located on the road allowance here. I will note that we did receive one letter of objection from McAuslan Corporation. I'm just going to stop sharing here. You should have received all the correspondence that was sent later last week. There was a couple statutory declarations as well as letters from the applicant and the objecting neighbors. We have the legal counsel for the McAuslan Corporation here today, which is Christopher Sivery. Chris Leafloor is the applicant. So if you have any questions for either of them or myself, just let me know.
Okay. Does the applicant wish to make any additional comments?
Good morning, Mayor Coxier and members of council. My name is Chris Leafloor, and I'm here with my wife, Satinder Bezrai. And thank you for allowing us to speak to this. I expect you've had a chance to take a look at my letter of March 7, the 4 statutory declarations that I've submitted in support of our application, as well as my letter of April 10th, 2 days ago. And I think that sets out what our position is. And I don't think I need to say anything at this time in addition to that, except to note that really we're here. I'm here today to answer any questions that you may have and to respond to any concerns that may arise. But I also, perhaps I should say this at this point, I listened into the very interesting discussions earlier this morning about Shore Road, where to draw the boundary on the shore. And I should note that our property on Harrison Trail is on 12 Mile Bay, which is on Georgian Bay. So we certainly also deal with a 7-foot fluctuation. And of course, our concern going forward is that you never know, perhaps at some point that'll become an 8 or 9 foot fluctuation, in which case our cottage needs to be moved back. So that's really one of the reasons why we've started this process, is to deal with that. But I should also reassure the council today that we are content with the boundary as drawn on the survey. We take no issue with that, so that's not an issue for us.
All right, thank you very much. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak to this matter? Mr. Shivery.
Thank you. Good morning, Mayor Coutier, member of council. We are counsel Davies Howe LLP, legal counsel to Amazon Corp, the registered owners of 2107 Harrison Trail in the township of Georgian Bay. Our client's property butts the crown lands immediately to the east and north of the road allowance and the Showroad Allowance that are the subject of this present matter. Amazon objects to and disputes the subject application and reiterates its earlier request that Planning Council defers its consideration of the application today. I point council to section 1.7, Schedule A to the Township's Road Allowance Closure Bylaws 2008-12, stating that where there is a dispute with a neighboring property or properties over the use and or boundary of the road allowance to be closed, council will defer consideration of the application until the dispute with the neighbor has been resolved. Our respectful submission is that this language in the bylaw is unequivocal and clear and requires council to defer the consideration of an application where a dispute from a neighbor is received. I too was present to a number of the earlier presentations of this morning and understand that the township staff have raised concern with the application and in fact the term legality of the policy was used. And Mayor Coutier, I also acknowledge comments made by council suggesting that it would be unfair to applicants to defer applications and stall the process of conveying Showroad Allowance, and that business should be maintained as usual. I respectfully submit that this is an alarming and concerning note of council. The lack of procedural clarity and the number of procedural defects employed in this specific application are of concern. And I also note that there were general comments made distinguishing the issues with the current township policy from the shoreline, water's edge, and contouring aspects of the earlier presentation raised by Surveyor Mr. Stanton. It is these general comments made respecting the deficiencies of the policy and the conflict with law that are of great concern. In addition to being a strict requirement of the bylaw, Amazon's requesting a deferral of matter so that it is not unduly prejudiced by council making a decision on the matter today, not only in light of the number of, in our respectful submissions, these procedural defects, but also outstanding deliverable material that is requested and that the township is required to collect as part of a Showroad Allowance application pursuant to the policy. Firstly, and in line with the other presentation on surveying, council should be made aware of the notable encroachment on part 2 of the reference plan, which depicts the Showroad Allowance portion of the application, where there is a boat ramp located in more particularly the toe or the low point of the boat ramp. Comments from the township surveyor and staff should exist accounting for an encroachment of this nature. And it is submitted that this material should be presented and made clear to my clients in terms of the revision history of such a survey. Similarly, the policy requires that a site inspection by the administration department of the township respecting the Showroad Allowance be completed. And lastly, schedule or section 2.4 of Schedule A to the bylaw also requires that copies of letters to the local snowmobile club are sent for their comment. Confirmation of the policies of the Ministry of Natural Resources were reviewed by township staff. Comments from the Community Services Department or other applicable agencies were considered. We have not been made aware that each of these requirements of the bylaw from a procedural perspective have been met by township staff. On the 25th of March, as you're aware, our firm submitted a formal written objection to the application and a request for a deferral. On April 6th, the staff report became made available on the township's website, and we were alarmed to note that there was no reference whatsoever made to notice of the objection. In our experience, this is entirely inconsistent with municipal processes across the province. Staff reports should reflect all pertinent material germane to a matter, especially with respect to an objection or relating to a dispute in advance of a hearing of a municipal council or committee. We raised concern with this omission and requested that staff prepare a supplementary staff report prior to this meeting. We were advised by the township's clerk that council would receive copies of all of this material. However, following a review of Schedule H to the township's procedural bylaw 2019-62, we understand that a council information package must contain copies of correspondence and records from the public, organizations, committees, or township staff, and are placed on the township's website for public viewing. As recently as a few minutes ago this morning, I've not been able to retrieve this council information package from the township's website, as is required by the township's procedural bylaw. We continue to question why McAuslan's notice of dispute of the application was not reflected in the staff report or through the council documents entered on the township's website. This omission does not reflect the factual reality surrounding the application. A few comments with respect to the specific concerns our client has with the subject application. Item H of the township Showroad Allowance policy states that no portion of a township-owned road allowance shall be closed if it is deemed to have a negative impact on neighboring properties. I must submit that the term neighboring properties is not defined in the bylaw, and I object to earlier submissions of the applicant that the term neighboring properties is limited to that of an abutting property, as described in section 1.7 of the bylaw. In fact, elsewhere in the bylaw at section 1.6, there's an expanded definition for a distinct term of lands affected to provide distinction and clarity. It is submitted that the author of the bylaw did not attempt to limit the term neighboring property at paras 1.7. It is used in a plural context as well, and that a broad and purposive approach to the interpretation of municipal legislation must be applied in line with the established law. Therefore, in our respectful submission, McAuslan should be considered a neighboring property. You may be aware of the unique feature of these proximate lands in that there is a pocket of crown lands located directly north of the subject Showroad Allowance and abutting the westerly limit of our client's property. We're advised by our clients that there has been continued public use from both predecessor in title and neighbors of McAuslan of this boat ramp area. And in terms of the submissions of the applicant suggesting that our client has objected to this access, we refute that, that submission. There was some discussion about a fallen tree that was blocking access for a number of months before our client was able to retain an arborist to clear the area. Similarly, there are children in the neighborhood, as our clients describe it, that are of a similar age to the principals of our clients that use this Showroad Allowance area for safe waterfront beach access. We're concerned that the subject application will lead to a privatization of this communal area. and that it would prevent the surrounding community from benefiting from the public nature of the Crown lands and this Showroad Allowance. In light of our submissions, we request that Planning Council defer this matter in accordance with its own bylaw. A deferral will allow our client to receive additional material relevant to the application and will also enable the township and township staff to ensure that in their own submission, their deficient policy is adhered to with respect to this subject application and in the protection of the concept of procedural fairness. To encourage this momentum, our client has expressed it is very motivated to meet with township staff, the applicant and legal counsel if appropriate to discuss this matter and explore a resolution. And it is our submission that we believe a resolution does exist that would satisfy the needs of all stakeholders, protect our clients and the public interest, and would have little, if any, impact on the applicant's stated motivation for the acquisition of these lands, which are the construction of its new cottage, setback, and a further location from the water line. One such resolution would be to simply carve out a portion of the toe of the boat ramp so that it is maintained for public and communal use. And we would be more than happy to explore that resolution with township staff. Lastly, in closing, I am aware that Planning Council is scheduled to meet on a monthly basis for at least the next 3 months on May 10th, June 7th, and July 12th. I do note a comment was made earlier this morning with respect to ensuring business as usual, and that it would be prejudicial to members of the township if all Showroad Allowance applications were put on ice. That is not what that is not the only solution available in this regard. A deferral to an upcoming Planning Council meeting in our submission does not prejudice the applicant in any manner, nor have they described or township staff described that there is any time sensitivity with respect to this application, which was submitted in October. Just in closing, thank you for the opportunity to speak before Township's Planning Council today. I'm pleased to respond and answer to any questions of Township staff, Mayor, and Planning Council. And lastly, I do acknowledge that a representative of my client, Marietta Shefku, is also available this morning to address the questions of Council.
All right, thank you very much. Are there any other members of the public who wish to speak to this? Not seeing any. I will turn it over to Council. I see Councillor Cooper, followed by Councillor Wienko, please.
Just briefly, I am not commenting on the overall application or the submission we just had, but rather asking a question about the survey. And note in the survey that the Showroad Allowance that we're selling is following the line 177.4. Explain, please.
Ms. Levesque.
Yeah, through your worship to Councillor Cooper. I don't have much of an explanation for the 177.4. I will note that was the line that the surveyor chose to draw out. Like it was previously noted, 12 Mile Bay is on Georgian Bay, and like it's been noted previously, there's been some inconsistencies on how these lines are being drawn out. That was already previously identified, but that's all the comments I have towards that.
Thank you. Councillor Wienko, please.
Just my clarification, what's being proposed here is the purchase of the 66 foot wide road allowance. and with a subsequent Showroad Allowance at the end of it. Usually when there's a dispute between neighbors, we do not sell the entire road allowance. Usually we split it down the middle and only sell them the 33 feet road allowance to the individual who wants to purchase that, and let the other 33 feet be purchased by the other neighbor. Is that not appropriate in this particular case? And would it resolve anything, if not everything?
Ms. Way.
Sorry, Ms. Levesque, if I stepped on your toes there. In this circumstance, that's not possible because the neighboring property doesn't actually abut the road allowance, Crown land. So there's the applicant's property, the road allowance, Crown land, and then the disputing neighbor's property. They're not abutting the road allowance, so they're not permitted to purchase any part of it.
Okay, so it's still not appropriate then to just sell them half of it?
We can't sell them half of it because they're not the abutting property owner. And for the shore road, they're not the upland shore owner because there's Crown land in the middle.
Okay, so this one's a mess too then. Okay, thanks.
All right, Mr. Sevi, we're now talking with the council, so I think we'll come up. We may refer to you unless they ask a specific question of you. I prefer to keep within council, and so we've got Councilor Salesman followed by and then Councilor Jarvis, please.
Thank you, Mayor Coetzee. I would like to ask our Deputy Clerk Sydney a question. What I think I'm seeing in the survey shows the part one is the road allowance, which I have no problem. I think that makes sense to sell that. The shore road allowance in front of the road allowance seems to be a kind of a linear projection of the lines. But I think what I was seeing on the township maps is that there continues to be another section of road allowance in front of the Crown land before you get to the neighboring property in the east. And so it almost looks like part two in the survey is really arguably only half of that show road leg, if you will, in front of the Crown land. Am I seeing it correctly that way?
Through your worship to Councillor Hazelton. Yeah, that's correct. So beside the subject lands, there's the Crown lands, and directly in front of the Crown lands, there is a small portion of shore road allowance that will be remains township owned. So the boat launch that is the objecting neighbors on the other side is on the township road allowance in front of the Crown land. So a portion of it is.
So there's actually a fair amount of land left in what would be retained as township's shore road allowance in front of the Crown land. Presumably, if the neighbor wanted to, have a boat launch over Crown land, they could do that. But I guess what I'm frustrated with here is, on one hand, I've heard legalese that maybe our policies aren't written to like lawyers speak, but it looks to me like the applicant's property has a significant buffer from the neighbor's property because it's in front of Crown land, and so the neighboring property here really is the township and the Crown, and not another neighbor property. Am I seeing that correctly? Okay, so the constraints in our policy to constrain a shore road allowance purchase because of neighbors not agreeing, does that apply? Because the neighbor's property isn't there. I mean, it's township land.
Through your worship to Councillor Hazelton, that's the perspective staff took on the application because the Crown is the abutting neighbors. Technically, the people objecting aren't, I wouldn't say not valid, but I don't know if Karen has a better way.
Our policy and past practices, through your worship, only take into account the abutting neighboring properties. So if the line disputed is between two people, in which case it would directly impact their property. So if the line was drawn down the middle of their two properties, and sometimes there's issues depending on the angle of the shore, the angle of that line, but we've only ever addressed that when it's the neighboring property directly that would have that shared boundary line.
And I have one other, it's a comment, it's kind of a quasi question. I know in some scenarios where the property lines are oblique to the shoreline, that often you go to the shoreline and draw a line perpendicular back to the back lot line. I don't know if that has any value in this consideration, but anyway, those are just my thoughts and comments at the moment. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Jarvis, please.
Yeah, points of clarification. Councilor Wianco indicated that in some cases you sell off half of the road allowance in a dispute such as this, and the answer was, of course, that there is only one owned property adjacent to this, abutting this road allowance. But that would stop council and with staff recommendation allowing the purchase of half of Part 2 to the applicant, correct?
That's correct. So because the Crown owns the other portion, we did circulate to the Crown and they had no comments. They typically don't have any concerns with an applicant purchasing the entire road allowance. So they were the ones that would have rights to purchase half, which they don't want to. So this applicant does have rights to purchase the entire.
Right, which is fine. I mean, and I'm agreeing with Councilor Hazelton. Part 1 doesn't seem to be part of the dispute, and I think I got that indication from the applicants, those disputing this from their lawyer. It's Part 2 that's the big issue in that one section down at the bottom. And maybe, I mean, I had the same questions. I don't see the lot owners that are disputing this as being neighbors until the lawyer mentioned that maybe neighbors isn't properly defined in our bylaws, which could be an issue that is rightfully disputable. And I'm wondering what staff's opinion is, and I think we just got that from our clerk with regards to what is defined as a neighbor. If we're still looking at a dispute here and it is legitimized by the fact that we haven't defined neighbor correctly in our bylaws, maybe we should allow the purchase of Part 1 and Part 2 to be further negotiated.
Councilor Wojcik, please.
Yeah, thank you for everyone chiming up on this. I'm under the thought that if you're the only abutting landowner, that you have first right of refusal to purchase, and that has been historic, and we've seen these come across our desk many times. The typical example is the Petrocan right next door to the township building. So I don't see any reason to inhibit moving forward with this. If Amison is not an abutting landowner, and it's simply a semantics about what the description of a neighbor is, and it's not defined to someone's liking in our bylaw, I don't see how that stops this process from moving forward. So I really don't have any issues with granting this. Thank you.
I guess it's my turn. I see no other hands. When I look at this and I look at Part 2 and I read the correspondence we received and everything else, hopefully zero of you will take any offense to me suggesting the solution is very simple. And that is, as Councilor Hazelton suggested, end Part 2 with a line that on the survey that I'm looking at was more or less vertical, that is perpendicular to the shore, so that Part 2 becomes almost like a triangular shaped piece. And that triangular shaped piece is sold, and the other half of it, the side to the east, is kept by the township. There is a gravel boat ramp, and there may be disputed stories about how often people are using it and how often it's the neighbor versus the general public and all that. And I don't terribly care. I don't think that the applicant actually is going to use the boat ramp themselves, because I believe that, you know, they have to go to the neighbors. I don't think, I don't understand why we can't just simply draw a vertical line, more or less from the end of the inland road allowance straight down to the shore, and say that belongs, that we sell to the applicant, and there's a small triangle that the township retains itself, and that it will remain in township hands, won't be sold to the other neighbors, because we can't sell the road allowance in front of Crown land, but we retain ownership. The Crown ever wants to buy it, well, we'd sell it to them for a reasonable fee, perhaps. But in the meantime, let it be. And let, if snowmobiles are using that, let them continue to use that without trespassing over the applicant's property. And if my common sense, which I believe is common sense, maybe everybody else on this screen disagrees with me, but if that common sense works, and our rules and regulations don't quite allow it, then I think we should make an exception in this case. That I don't see. Why can't we make it that simple? That's my question to staff. Councilor Wojcik, you're not staff. I'm waiting for them to answer.
Karen, I'll let you go. Thanks.
Okay, sorry. I wasn't sure if that was a question or.
Yes, it ended up with a question, please.
Okay, perfect. So I'm just going to refer back to our policy. It does refer to neighbors, neighboring properties a couple of times without being specific. But there is a section near the end or kind of in the middle. If you may, I'm just going to read the one paragraph that says applicants will be encouraged to establish extension of lot lines by mutual agreement with abutting property owners. Council will consider deviations from the straight extension of existing lot lines in some circumstances. Encroachments of existing structures. The decision will be based on comments from the surveyor. A letter of agreement to the lot extension from abutting neighbors may be required before approvals are granted. So this is why, I mean, it's council's determination, obviously, but this is why staff have brought forward and have agreed to this survey to be brought forward, and legal counsel and the survey have agreed to this being brought forward with the line in the circumstance it's in. And it's up to council's decision to determine if the impact to the neighboring property is warrant sending them back and having a new survey drawn. And if the applicants would agree to it.
Councilor Wojcik, followed by Councilor Cooper.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It sounds like we're entering into some sort of settlement agreement here, but I think it's clear that the only abutting neighbor to this road allowance is the township of Georgian Bay. So I don't think there needs to be a settlement agreement with the neighbor because we are the only neighbor in my eyes.
Councilor Cooper.
Thank you. And just for clarity, we have two neighbors, the Crown and the township. But I frankly liked your suggestion. I know we're entering into some sort of an agreement here, but we're trying to settle something, and I thought it was a very reasonable suggestion to take that triangle and make it part of the, what I'd say is sort of the boat ramp area, access area, etc. And I think it makes a lot of sense. So I would support that change. Thank you.
Councilor Douglas.
Yeah, I think I would agree with what's being said there by a number of you. If this is something that the public's been using in the past, we probably shouldn't be selling it. We should maintain it. So I would agree with what Mayor Coetzee has put forward is changing that line slightly so that it is still accessible to the public. If that in fact is what the history of it is.
Ms. Levesque.
I just want to note too that this boat launch is on municipally owned land. So if it does continue to be used by the neighbors, we would have to come up with some sort of solution here. That might be a license of occupation agreement. Obviously, before this application came forward, the township was not aware that this boat launch was located on municipal land. Now that it's been identified, the township has to take the proper steps forward to ensure that there is insurance and proper agreements in place. So that could be a potential agreement if the township's a potential solution, if that's the township's will. Again, that would be something staff would have to look into further.
Thank you. Councillor Hazelton.
Yeah, I never tell you I'm a lover of maps. And Councillor Cooper pointed me out to the district maps that are available. And they're really interesting in that you can easily click on different years of the maps, like 2018, 2013, 2008. And I can pretty much assure you that in 2008, there was no boat launch ramp there. Tough to say in 2013, it doesn't look like there was much, but certainly in 2018, we now have evolved to something fairly significant. And so I'm wondering, we have creeping things going on in the township. I love what Sydney just said a second ago, that if in fact this is a public-ish use of a or a private use of township land, that we need to have the proper whatever the terminology is. But having said all that, although I didn't comment on a perpendicular line as opposed to the oblique line, there's a very significant, we're probably still 66 feet of Showroad Allowance away from the neighbor's Showroad Allowance using the oblique lines that are there. So I'm okay with what's being presented. Thank you.
Okay. At this point, I can call for a vote on the whole resolution, or we can talk about possibly splitting it up into a road allowance and not shore road allowance, or we can just defer the whole matter. And I'm going to go to the applicant first. And I'm going to ask the applicant, you've heard the discussion so far. Do you have any comments before council goes one way or another?
Yes, I do. Thank you very much, Mayor Kotzier. I'm certain the applicant is certainly very aware that the usual rule, the usual policy, and this has been acknowledged by a number of the commentators today, is that it's a straight line extension, and certainly that's the usual policy. Councillor Bocek referred to that as well. And as well, in regard to this question about what counts as a neighbor, I mean, that's something that that I looked at very closely. I didn't provide planning council with case law on this, but the notion of I could find no reference in any of the township's policies which define neighbor beyond an abutting neighbor. There's nothing in this bylaw that accepts that neighbor means something beyond an abutting neighbor. And to the contrary, everything in the bylaw suggests that neighbor means abutting. And so, the applicant agrees with the analysis of some of the councillors present that neighbor means abutting. As well, I think it's pretty clear from the materials that the applicant has submitted that there is no community use here. There, and to the extent that the previous owners of Lot 124 would use this what is now being referred to as the boat ramp with their snowmobiles, that was clearly ended. I saw this myself when the owners of Lot 124 intentionally put a tree down to stop anyone. And Mr. Jacoby told me himself that he told his neighbors on the other side that they could not cross his property. So the whole idea that there is some sort of community use here is simply not demonstrated. And as I've indicated in the materials I've placed before the council, we for 12 days now, the objecting parties have had our materials, and all we get now is just vague assertions that they disagree. But of course, we have no one else has come forward to support the claims of community use. And even if that was present with some of the previous owners, that has now been effectively stopped. So really what we're talking about here is an attempt by Amazon and the owners of Amazon to assert control over and expand upon. I mean, it's quite clear, I think, from the photographs attached to my statutory declaration about the significant changes. They basically put in a 20-foot wide gravel road that did not exist, and across land that is not theirs. And so the position of the applicant is that behavior should not be rewarded, that the usual rules should apply. The usual rules is that it's a straight line down to the shore, and they are not simply an abutting neighbor. Those are the usual rules, and as a result, there's no reason to defer. There's no reason to make adjustments to the line on the survey. The usual rules should apply. Thank you.
All right, we know where you stand. And I find it disappointing that you don't want to be cooperative with your neighbor, but that's your privilege. The council, I'll tell you my position, and then we'll decide how we're going to respond to this. I have no hesitation in approving the sale of the road allowance to the neighbor, to the applicant. I do have hesitation in approving the Showroad Allowance sale at this time before we explore an alternative. So we can split it in two if staff likes, or we can leave it as one and defer, or I can call for the vote and you can vote yay or nay on it. Ms. Way.
If you call, I mean, all those options are possible, but if you call for the vote based off the request of the applicant and it's defeated, I think that sends a clear message that perhaps a deviation from the extension of a straight line is required in order for this to get approved by council, versus like it kind of kills two birds with one stone. That's a really bad phrase, but do you know what I mean? It might kind of give a clear indication either way.
Okay, Councillor Bochek, I think I saw your hand.
Yes, personally, I would move ahead with both parts. There is no abutting neighbor in competition for this property. There is no abutting neighbor that is able to purchase this property, is my understanding. And if we are going to, it is our common practice where if you're the abutting neighbor, you do have the ability to purchase. And if we're going to not do this because of someone's description of a neighbor, we'd be in a whole kettle of fish when it came to most of our applications, because a neighbor could be the guy in front, the guy behind, the guy 3 doors down. There is no abutting neighbor to this road allowance, which has an application to be purchased. So I'm quite fine moving ahead with both pieces of property, and I would support the applicant on both pieces of property. Thank you.
Councillor Douglas.
So the only maybe a lack of understanding, or I think I understand what's going on here, but I have a bit of a concern where it seems, is this boat launch actually being established? Because it would appear that if we sell this, then this cuts off access to the public. And there might be a couple of ways to get around that. One would be a license of occupation or changing the line. I don't know, but I think I have a concern on whether or not this is actually cutting access off to the public. But
It's not a public boat launch. Because the
It's-
only access to it is over private property, from what I can tell.
So none of it's on the Crown land.
No, the boat launch.
It's on
itself-
the municipal land, rather, sorry. So we don't have an issue in that regard then?
No.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Cooper. You're muted, sir.
Sorry about that. From my perspective, I think what I heard from the applicant and from Councillor Bocek, I tend to concur. I think we should sell both portions and get on with life. It isn't public access really. So I think, and there isn't really an abutting neighbor, as pointed out. And there's a tree across, I guess, the boat launch. And it's very new. So my sense is it's sort of been almost like an encroachment by a non-abutting neighbor. So I think this should go ahead as it's presented. Thank you.
Councillor Jarvis, followed by Councillor Yanko.
Yeah, I find myself in agreement with the comments made by Councillor Cooper and Councillor Bocek in light of, and I was originally thinking that, yeah, there is no neighbor, there's just the people making the application. And I think we got to stick with that as a program here and give them what they're asking for, or sell them what they're asking for. Thank you.
Councillor Yanko.
I guess my question is, Sydney, if you blow up the part 2, where you've drawn the dark lines, it doesn't go over the gravel boat ramp. So if we sell part 2 to the applicant today, the gravel boat ramp is not part of that sale where that boat ramp is. Am I reading this map right? In other words, it's still it's still on our property and it's on Crown land or whatever, but it's not part of the sale today. Can you clarify that?
Through your worship to Councillor Rienko, I'm just a little confused by the question. To gain access to the boat launch, that is being purchased today by the applicant. The remainder of the boat launch probably will still remain on municipal land. I don't have that portion surveyed, so I believe if that's what you're asking, sorry, I'm just a little confused by your question.
Well, if you blow up part 2 and look at the black lines do not go over top of the boat ramp. It stops before the boat ramp.
Not in the survey I could see in my presentation. It goes right through it.
There's a dotted line going through, I agree. But the solid line stops before the boat launch. So is the dotted line also being sold all the way down to the water's edge?
Here, I'll just zoom in so we'll just get a better idea here. So this dotted line here is the boat launch, and the solid black line is the part 2 that's being purchased.
Sorry, do that again.
Yeah, so the dotted line here, these 2 lines, that's the boat launch, and the solid black line is what's being purchased. So it goes right through the boat launch.
Okay, so I didn't look at both edges of the boat launch. So yes, the boat launch is being sold then. Okay, thank you very much.
No worries.
All right, well, I will call for the vote. I will tell you, I will not be supporting it for the reasons I explained earlier. And we'll see the outcome of this motion. I have moved by Councillor Cooper, second by Councillor Bocek. Be it resolved, the council passes closing bylaw 2022-035 to stop up, close, and convey part of the original Showroad Allowance between lots 55 and 56, concession 10, Freeman, and part of the original Showroad Allowance in front of lots 55 and 56, concession 10, Freeman, being parts 1 and 2 of 35R-26744, Township of Georgian Bay, 2127 Harrison Trail, for the purchase price of $18,804 plus HST. All those in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And that passes 5-2. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
That
you, Council.
ends this portion of our meeting, and I'm going to suggest that we take a 15-minute break and come back at 11:15 to start the second portion of our planning council. So we'll see everybody at 11:15.
I'm not sure if I have audio or not. Can somebody speak? Okay, I can't hear anyone if anyone's talking.
Can you hear me?
There we go. Okay, I'm good. Thanks, Peter.
Would you mind going back on mute, please?
Karen, for clarification, I have a speech to make about Planning Act public meeting, but only one of our applications is noted on that list. Are the other two not public meetings?
Correct. It was not clear on the agenda, so apologies for that. It's just the application in regards to Blue Shack, Z22-02 for 175 Wesley Road. The other ones have already had public meetings. And are
Okay,
just
so I don't make that speech until we get to item C. Is that?
Well, normally we do all of our public meetings first. So in theory, we should go to 8C now.
Okay.
Sorry for the confusion.
All right, so we'll just change the order a little bit.
Mhm.
All right, we have just about everybody back. So perhaps we should get in the swing. This morning, there is a public meeting scheduled for one proposed zoning bylaw amendment. I'll briefly summarize the procedure to be utilized for the meeting. First, the clerk will advise council as to when, how, and to whom notice the public meeting was circulated for the proposed amendments being considered. The clerk will also advise of the appeal procedures. Next, staff will advise of the purpose and effect of the bylaws and provide any other information that is relevant to the applications, and the clerk will summarize any correspondence on file. From there, the public will have an opportunity to provide comments on the amendments being considered. Please be respectful of time and be concise with your comments. All commentators are requested to state their name and address for the record. After the public discussion, the public meeting will be closed. Council will then have an opportunity to provide comments for clarification. I now declare this meeting to be a public meeting pursuant to Section 34 of the Planning Act to deal with the following proposed amendment. Z2202 Blue Shucks. And this is item 8C on our agenda. To our clerk.
So notice that the public meeting was sent by first class mail to the respective owners and assessed persons within 120 to 800 meters of the property subject to the proposed applications and to those persons and agencies likely to have an interest in the applications. These notices were sent at least 30 days prior to this morning's meeting. Included in each notice was an explanation of the purpose and effect of the proposed applications and a key map showing the location of the properties or description of the lands to be affected by the proposed amendments. Other relevant information may also have been provided. These circulations were all provided in accordance with the provisions of the Planning Act and the Township of Georgian Bay official plan. Members of the public are advised at this point that unless they make an oral or written submission to council before council makes a decision on these applications, that any subsequent appeal to the Ontario Land Tribunal may be dismissed by the tribunal. Anyone who wishes to be notified of council's decision respecting the proposed zoning bylaw amendments must submit a written request to the planning department.
All right, I'm going to say thank you very much to our planner, and that I believe that's Ms. Reed, who I think we have to let into the meeting. Ms. Reed, good morning.
Good morning. Can everyone hear me?
Yes, we can.
Great. I'm just going to share my screen now. Okay. All right. So I have the presentation up on the screen. Can everyone see it?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Great. So we are looking at a zoning application Z2202. This is for 175 Wesley Road. So the applicants are Grace and Joseph Gletschuk. A zoning bylaw amendment application was submitted to permit the construction of the dwelling with a 3.4 meter setback from the front lot line as well as from the water body. During our zoning review, it was also determined that there's an existing shed and an existing detached garage along the northwesterly interior side lot line that does not meet the 5 meter setback. So the shed is currently set back at about 2.8 meters and the garage is at about 1 meter setback. It was also noted that the lot itself is undersized in terms of both lot area and lot frontage. So it has a lot area of 2,460 meters squared, where 4,000 meters squared is required. And the frontage is 45.7 meters, where 60 meters is required. And township staff are recommending denial of the subject application. So again, the purpose and effect of this application would be to rezone the subject lands from shoreline residential type 1 to shoreline residential type 1 exception. And this would be to permit the 3.4 meter front yard setback and setback from a water body for the main dwelling, to recognize the northwesterly interior side yard setback of 2.8 meters for the shed and 1 meter for the detached garage, and to recognize the undersized lot area of 2,460 meters squared and a lot frontage of 45.7 meters. Here is a location map of the subject lands. It is a waterfront property on Myers Lake. Here is an aerial image. So on here, can you see my mouse on the screen as well?
Yes, we
Great.
can.
So this is the existing dwelling, which is a legal non-complying structure. It's set back at about 3.2 meters from the water's edge. The proposed new dwelling would be at about 3.4 meters setback. This is the existing detached garage, which has a 1 meter setback from the northwesterly interior side lot line. And this is the shed with about 2.8 meters setback. This has been identified as a shed by the applicants, and it does conform to all zoning provisions. Here is a copy of the site plan. So you can see in this faded dashed gray line, this is the existing dwelling, which would be demolished in its entirety and rebuilt with this thicker outline shape on here. Again, we have the garage and the shed, and then the existing shed, which does meet all of their setbacks. Here are some site photos. So 2 site visits were completed by staff, the first being on March 18th by a building enforcement officer, and then the second was on March 22nd by planning staff. So this photo shows the existing dwelling where it currently is. This is a south-facing picture of the side of the building. This is the other side facing the north. And then we have a picture on the ice. I think this was taken on the 18th before it started to melt of the dwelling from the water. And then this is standing right at the water's edge. So it's built, there's a deck fairly close to pretty much on the water. We have some more site photos here. So this is just taken approximately where the existing shed is that does conform to the zoning provisions. This one's just a bit further back. So you can see that there is a large cleared area here. And then again, this one is just taken at the driveway entrance of the subject property. And then this one is taken just in front of the detached garage. So you can see some shrubs in here. This is the other shed on the property. And it's fairly flat towards the rear of the property. It's more towards the water that the property itself really slopes towards the water. So the existing dwelling, in our opinion, is at the steepest part of the property, as is the proposed location of the proposed cottage. Looking at the policy framework under the provincial policy statement, it is considered rural lands. In the district official plan, it's designated waterfront area. The township official plan, it is also designated waterfront. It's also located on Myers Lake, which has been identified as a high sensitivity water body, as well as a water body that is over threshold. And in the zoning bylaw, it is zoned shoreline residential type 1. So in our opinion, the proposed development is consistent with the provincial policy statement, as well as it conforms to the district official plan, but we do not believe that it conforms to the township official plan. Under section D.2.2.4.3, there are provisions in place that would allow for development to occur within the required 20-meter setback of the high water mark. This would be in addition to site plan control and where on-site phosphorus management is implemented. So it is up to the applicant and their agent to demonstrate how the proposed development would meet one of the following. So demonstration that the sufficient lot depth is not available, that the terrain or soil condition on the lot requires specific locations for the building and or individual on-site sewage services, that the proposal is for an addition to an existing building and the existing setback is not further reduced, that the proposal is for redevelopment of an existing lot and a net improvement to the on-site phosphorus management is achieved, or that the lot is located within the urban center or community and a net improvement over the existing situation is achieved. We do believe that the subject lot does have sufficient lot depth for the dwelling to be built in conformity with the zoning bylaw. As shown on the site photos, we do think that the property itself has the steepest slope towards the water and in fact is flatter and more level towards the rear of the property, where it is also mostly cleared already. The proposal is not for an addition to an existing building. It would be a development of a new build. The proposal did not include a phosphorus management plan, so they have not demonstrated that there would be net improvement to the site, and it is not located within the urban center or the community, so E does not apply. So again, our recommendation is that council deny the zoning bylaw amendment application. I do just want to briefly touch on the accessory structures which do not conform to the interior side yard setback. So these structures were constructed prior to the bylaw coming into force and effect, and they are considered legal non-complying structures. They do not impact the visual character of the property, nor are they located in close proximity to any structure on the abutting property. Should this zoning bylaw amendment be approved, we can recognize the location of the existing accessory structures as they are. The same goes with respect to the undersized nature of the lot. The intention of the zoning bylaw is not to restrict development on undersized lots, but just to ensure that it is compatible and appropriate development. The existing undersized nature can be recognized should the zoning bylaw amendment be approved by council. But again, it is staff recommendation that this application be denied. Thank you. I can now answer any questions at this time.
All right, thank you very much. Is the applicant present?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's my understanding that the applicant and their agent, John Jackson, are attending today. I just don't see them on the screen.
I do see John Jackson with his hand up under attendees and Grace Luchuk. So if they could be moved over, I would appreciate it.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, am I on now?
We hear you and we see you. You're speaking on behalf of the applicant, I presume?
Yes, I am. Thank you. And I think Grace and Joseph are also in the audience.
I see that Ms. Luchuk has been moved over into one of the, she is now on screen. So yep, she is there.
Okay, so maybe I'll just give you my background to the file, and she may want to fill in some gaps, if I may.
Please go ahead.
Thank you. So I call them Joseph and Grace because I'm not really good with their last name. So rather than butchered, I'll just refer to them, if I can, as Grace and Joseph. Anyway, they came to my office for some assistance with respect to this application after consulting with township staff at the time who were guiding them through the minor variance process. And the situation is that the owners have a non-complying structure on the little lake east of MacTier Myers Lake, where there's a chain of lakes, and it's quite aged now, and due to its location, it is only a few meters off the shore, but that location, its age, and the movement of ice along a very kind of precarious rock shelf with poor pier construction has actually turned the building into a very, very poor and unsafe condition to the point that it's a tear down. And so they would like to move it back on a better foundation with a new cottage. And that has the consequence of raising the structure up somewhat. They want to move it back a meter or so from where it exists, which is almost on the shoreline, and replace it with a brand new cottage. So as we work through staff to determine how this should proceed, we worked through the notion that bringing it up, not creating a larger structure, at least in the first instance, but we discovered by bringing it up, we were adding what I would call space at the lower level that wasn't intentional, but the larger storage area meant that, in fact, there would be more than a 25% increase that we understood was how the municipality was interpreting the provisions of the non-complying structure part of the bylaw, which is in section 411. So 411 allows you to reconstruct a building on the same footprint, and we understood the interpretation was you could increase the size of it as long as by 25%, as long as you weren't going any higher than 6 meters. Well, bringing it up with the definition of the height in the municipality's bylaw was going to place it above that 6 meter limit to, I think we understood it to be about 8 meters, but it was also going to add this additional habitable space on the crawl space that would be included. So it was going to put it over the 25% as the bylaw was being interpreted. So through the process, they advised, the additional coverage puts you more into a rezoning application than it does a minor variance. So Grace and Joseph agreed we'd switch gears and convert the minor variance application to a rezoning application to satisfy this revelation that we had this problem with 2 variances as we understand the bylaw was interpreted. With respect to the issue of impact on the surface waters of Myers Lake, we discussed the phosphorus issue, and in my long time dealing with scientists on the whole surface water impacts is that it's relative to the nutrients that are produced by the density on the property, and that the modeling that's done is based on mostly new development, such that existing development's already factored into the budget of nutrient allowed per se. So that's a part of this that I discussed with staff, that there really is no greater impact than what the model already predicted. And secondly, this little modest cottage had 2 bedrooms in it. It's actually going to have 1. So it's being reduced in terms of density. So if anything, the new build will have less impact. So it was my respectful opinion that the phosphorus management aspect of this was being essentially fulfilled in terms of that fact. Not to mention that the new understanding of the whole lake capacity modeling hypothesis is now seriously questioned on the heavily mineralized soils of the Precambrian shield. But leaving that aside, I think that I hope that I presented a case that the general intent of the policy would be respecting the phosphorus concern. So Planner 1, minor variance, Planner 2 was a rezoning, and now we're hearing from Planner 3, which is that we've got a lack of compliance with the policies respecting this rebuild, because we're replacing the entire cottage. And I have to respectively disagree that the 411 provisions allow for a reconstruction. And in that reconstruction, it has allowances to expand, in my opinion, under subparagraph E, so long as you don't violate a 6-meter height allowance or a 25% increase. I think that the legal frontage of this is still maintained, if not improved slightly. It's going back a little more than a meter, excuse me, than what exists. So I'm seeing this as a reasonable project for these folks. Your worship and council, I don't understand why, after going through this evolution of variance, zoning, and now a policy problem, is in anyone's interest. So I'm very hopeful that council will see this as a good project and allow these people to replace their worn out cottage in a slightly better place with a slightly better standard. So be happy to answer questions, and perhaps if Grace is there, she could add some sort of local appreciation of their their use of the property and their intentions. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Ms. Luchuk, do you have any additional comments to make? All right, I know we have a neighbor who I think has some questions. Not hearing from Ms. Luchuk at this point. Why don't we see whether the neighbor wants to verbalize the questions that they put into the chat box.
Hi there, can you hear me?
Yes, we can, and we can see you as well.
Perfect, awesome. Yeah, I just wanted to ask about the new proposed residence, and I just wanted to determine where exactly kind of the measurements are, how close it's moving to the side yard setback, or if it's moving further to the back of the property where it was described as like a plot of land.
Perhaps your worship, if Aaron could reshare the screen, it will be very clear on that point. It's essentially occupying the same footprint, but for this gentleman, it would be clarified with that site plan drawing.
Thank you. I'm just going to share my screen again.
Thank you.
All right. So I have the site plan up on the screen. These existing sheds are not moving any closer to their interior side yard setback line, which is this line here. Should the amendment be approved by council, we would just be recognizing the location of these structures. So again, the garage is set back at about 1 meter, and this shed 2 is set back at about 2.8 meters. I'm going to zoom in a little bit more over here. So this thick line is their front lot line. We have the dashed light gray lines, which show where the existing dwelling is. It's set back at about 3.2 meters from the water's edge, and they do have a line demonstrating that that line here. The proposed location of the new dwelling was stated at about 3.46 meters. So it's a difference of 26 centimeters that it's being pushed back.
Okay, and do we have also measurements moving towards the interior line?
So on this line here, we show about 8.36 meter setback. They have 67.5, it looks like feet, however, from this line, but we do know that it does conform to the interior side yard setback of the southwesterly line. And then the rear lot line is over here, and they have it measured at 49.65 meters.
Great. Yeah, no other questions. Thank you.
Great, thank you.
Okay, do we know if there are any other, oh, I see, Ms. Luchuk, would you like to add any additional comments, please? You are muted.
Oh, okay, can you hear me now?
Now we can hear you.
The technology is killing me. Mr. John, our planner, said pretty well everything. The only thing I would like to say that presenting the current plans are less harmful for whole environment, if not at all. Here, we don't have to scar the shoreline by blasting significant amount of bedrock, demolish existing dwelling, or cut the trees. We plant around 12 new trees on our property. If we move back the 20 meters, that's the only flat area we have on our whole site. So if we move back 20 meters from shore allowance, from shore, then will be no even space for a fire pit or for a picnic table. So we rather be built on the same footprint with your permission, and thank you for let us to do the things.
Thank you for your comments.
Thank you.
I don't think we have any other members of the public that want to speak to this. I didn't see any hands up in the attendees list. So going on that assumption, I'm going to turn it over to council, and we'll start with Councillor Cooper, please.
Thank you, and thanks for all the presentations.
Oh, sorry.
If you could mute yourself again, please.
Yes.
Councillor Cooper.
I'll try that again. Anyway, thank you for the presentations, and I guess one of the things that strikes me is that I don't particularly see that there's that much of a greater impact from an environmental perspective, as pointed out. And I don't particularly have an issue with the building that is being proposed, but I do have an issue with where it's being proposed to be put. I sort of like the planning adage, if it can comply, then it should comply. And that's what the issue is here. The setback is so little. It just, and it can be put on a much flatter area and be compliant, as demonstrated by the presentation by our planner, Aaron Reed. And I support putting it where it can be much more compliant. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments? Councillor Yanko, please.
Yeah, I know this lake a little bit. I go up there a couple of times a year to do sampling, and actually I know this property, well, from the water anyway. Yeah, I think it's the idea that if you're going to be tearing this thing down, we need to move it back. I think the planning department has got this right. I do agree with their recommendation, and I also appreciate that they went out and did a site visit and was able to indicate where a flat spot was up in the upper property, and so I totally support this recommendation. I would agree that maybe when the new cottage is built in the new location further back, it'll be a little higher, maybe more visible to the lake. But I think this idea of building 3 meters from the lake with new cottages is not something that we want to see in this township.
All right, thank you. I realized that I skipped a step. And my apologies to our clerk, because she would have an opportunity to read before we make comments. So, and my apologies to council. Ms. Way, is there any correspondence received on this file?
Why, yes, there is. One letter of correspondence was received from the District of Muskoka recommending deferral of the application to allow additional time for the application to investigate alternative building locations further from the shoreline.
Thank you. All right. I apologize again for skipping that step. And I'm now going to go to Councillor Jarvis, please.
Yeah, I'm in agreement with Ms. Reed's recommendation here, and I think that perhaps everybody would benefit from that cottage being moved up, in that the owners would probably get a nicer view of the lake. So I'm in agreement with the recommendation from our planners on this.
Thank you. Any other comments? All right. I'm going to read the resolution. Sorry, the motion. Moved by Councillor Bocek, seconded by Councillor Wienko. Be it resolved that council receives Development Service Report 2022-30 and deny zoning bylaw amendment application Z22-02 to permit the construction of a single detached dwelling with a reduced front yard setback of 3.4 meters, reduced northwesterly interior side yard setback for the existing shed to 2.8 meters and existing garage to 1 meter, and to recognize the excuse me, the undersized lot area of 2,460 square meters and a lot frontage of 45.7 meters. Councillor Jarvis, followed by Councillor Douglas.
So does it make a difference whether we defeat or defer? I'm wondering if I presume the idea is to encourage the cottage owners to look at moving the cottage back. Are we better off deferring as per the recommendation from district, or should we be defeating? I just asking for some advice on this. Somebody help me.
Best of my knowledge, if we defeat, they have to start all over again. If we defer, they can keep talking without resubmitting some of the fees.
And would that not be a better idea if we accomplish the same thing in the end?
Dr. Espilla.
Thank you, Mayor Coutier. If we defer, we can keep on talking, and I think that would be preferable. And we can accomplish the same thing in the end, as you've duly noted.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillors Douglas and Bocek, I believe I saw your hands at some point.
Yeah, thank you for that. Yeah, I was going to ask that we maybe defer this to give the applicant an opportunity to rethink it and rediscuss it with the planners in order to save a little bit of money for resubmitting application. I really do feel for these people. I mean, I understand what it's like. A lot of these cottages were built very close to the water, but I think in fairness to all of our applicants out there that we try to stay consistent with whatever policies we have in place. If you can meet it, I think that we should be following that and be consistent with all files. So I would ask that we have a deferral on this to give the applicant an opportunity to work further on their project.
Thank you. Councillor Bocek, followed by Wienko and Cooper.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I'm sorry for leaving the meeting. I had some technical difficulties with the internet, so hopefully I'm not reiterating what's already been mulled over. I would move in the direction of a deferral here so that the applicant does not have to resubmit and re-up fees. She can continue the process and hopefully come to an agreement. I have a question for our planning department, and I was under the impression that if you were going to rebuild on the existing footprint, and the existing footprint was legal non-conforming, that providing you weren't increasing the size or anything else, you would be allowed to build on that existing footprint. Is that correct? Maybe somebody from planning could answer that.
Dr. Espilla.
Dr. Espilla.
Thank you, Mayor Coutier. So I'll read section 4.11E of the zoning bylaw, which I just happen to have handy. And just give me one moment. So the policy that is being referred to is sorry, 4.11B, reconstruction of a legally existing building. So we have to take all of the bylaw into consideration, not just one policy, but 4.11B says nothing in this bylaw shall prevent the reconstruction of a legally existing building that does not comply with the provisions in this bylaw, provided that no part of the legally existing building that is non-complying is increased in height, volume, or gross floor area, and the reconstruction does not reduce the front yard and or side yard and or rear yard. Notwithstanding this provision, the height of a legal non-complying building on Georgian Bay may be increased by a height of 1 meter to improve the foundation, provided the height does not exceed the maximum height requirements outlined in this bylaw. So that's the policy that in the zoning bylaw that Councillor Bochuk is referring to.
So my understanding is that by you reaffirming that bylaw, that if the applicant wants to rebuild on the existing foundation with the existing size cottage, with not increasing the overall height to more than 1 meter, they would be totally within their rights to do that. And we'd be totally in our rights to approve this application for that purpose. But extenuating circumstances come into play here. So I just wanted to get clarity from you, and that's what you did, that as long as it's going back on the existing non-conforming foundation, that it could be rebuilt in the place that it sits today.
If I may, Your Worship, if Ms. Reed can comment on some of the more extenuating situation and additional comments on this.
Certainly, I understand there's extenuating circumstances. I was just trying to get clarity on the actual bylaw itself, but certainly, Aaron, if you have any comments, I'd be more than happy to listen.
Thank you. So through the chair to Councillor Bochuk, yes, if a building is being reconstructed on the exact same footprint, relatively the same size, so not increasing the GFA. And in this case, the 1 meter height increase does not apply because it's not on Georgian Bay, but as long as it would meet the height provisions of the zoning bylaw, it would be permitted. However, the proposed dwelling does increase the GFA substantially. I believe it was at about 118%. I might be a little off with that. So in this case, the reconstruction does not apply. It's also not utilizing the exact same foundation. It is moving slightly. So 411B would not apply in this case. But for other property owners, if they were demolishing and rebuilding in the same space and not increasing the volume, the GFA, the height, then 411B would apply and the reconstruction would be permitted. 411E was also referenced earlier by John Jackson, and that refers to expansions of legally existing shoreline dwellings. So again, it would be an expansion in addition to a dwelling which is located within that required 20-meter setback. And in this case, that section did not apply to the property because they were demolishing the building in its entirety and rebuilding. So it has to follow the new build provisions.
Okay, that's great. I sought clarity and that's exactly what I got. So if my opinion would be, there's more work to be done here to come into compliance. And I think there is an answer and a resolve to this in our future. So I wouldn't care to defeat this motion. I'd rather defer it. And that way the process can continue until we find a suitable means to accommodate this applicant. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillors Wienko, followed by Councillor Cooper, please.
I'd like to address this issue of deferral and deny. What they're asking for is a zoning amendment to allow for the construction of this cottage 3.4 meters from the water. I don't think any of us want that. So basically we're denying the idea of a cottage that close to the lake. If you defer it and they say, okay, we're going to go back into the middle of the property and build it, they're meeting all applicable laws. So why would they need a zoning amendment? They wouldn't need to come back to council if they're meeting all applicable laws by building on the flat spot in the property. So by denying it, you're saying, okay, you can't build close to the lake, go and build someplace else. And if they can't meet applicable law, they may have to come back for a minor variance and so on. But by deferring it, I'm not quite sure what we do. They can come back and say, okay, I'm going to move it another 2 meters back. And we'll get into another argument about how close to the lake they are. So by deferring it, you're just giving them more opportunities to build closer to the lake. But by denying it, you say, okay, you're not going to go to the close to the lake, go somewhere else and meet applicable laws, and we don't need to see you again. So I'm not in favor of deferral. I think that's they're going to be they could play a lot of games here, and they'll be back here with some modifications and so on. So I just rather deny it and let them find a place on the property where they can build it without having to come back to a committee of adjustments or a zoning amendment.
Thank you, Councilor Cooper.
Thank you. And that's an interesting concept that we need to consider if we get an answer on that, if it'll have to come back. But I also note that in the past, when we've deferred certain applications, we bring something back, but it's not a public meeting. And the public can't comment on it because it's, and with several changes to this and the public can't comment, I see that as problematic. I'd like a comment about why we wouldn't have another, if we defer, is there any reason there wouldn't be public input? Because I think there needs to be. Thank you.
Well, I'll make a couple comments to that. One is I'm in favor of deferral, basically because I think it's a far friendlier approach to this than denial and have it and ask an applicant to start all over. I'm not concerned about them coming back with a modified application, because at that time, council has complete option to say yay or nay. And we have in the past deferred items, and when they've come back, we've said nay because we didn't think that they made enough of a change from their original application. And as far as public comment, I have two responses. One is the public can always correspond with us in one form or another when these, because any application that has to come in front of us is published and people can correspond. And at times when I think it is appropriate, I allow comment from the public, even though it is no longer by definition a public meeting, if we think that will assist us in making our decisions. So taking all that into account, I'm in favor of deferral myself.
So I've heard your answer to that, and I'm just asking the planning staff. I'm not necessarily against deferral, but I do believe it's important to have a public meeting so that the public have a full chance to review what is being brought back to them. And I'd like to know, is there any reason we can't have, after the deferral, a public meeting again? Yes or no?
So there's three issues which council needs to take into consideration here. And one statutory public meeting is required to as the short answer to Councilor Cooper's question. Three issues are the setback from the water, the height of the building, and the gross floor area of the building. So all of that can be addressed through the zoning bylaw. I'll go back to Councilor Cooper's question. One statutory public meeting is required under the Planning Act. If I'll have to go back to see if there's what our provisions are for a second one. I've not encountered that in my practice. I don't have a firm answer for you on whether we can require a second public meeting at this time, so I'm not going to speculate on that. I do believe that our process is transparent and we accept comments from individuals at any meeting, as Mayor Coetzee has noted. So I hope I've answered your question, and I hope I've addressed the three issues that we'd be looking to address should the applicant come back with this. Thank you.
Follow-up question, please, Mayor.
Yes.
Thank you for that, and I would be interested in hearing what the rules are, but I do know that on occasion we have had a second public meeting regarding certain matters. So it has been done. Whether it's illegal or not, that's another question. I doubt that it's illegal. And who's going to put us in jail? Certainly not going to put me in jail or you. So I just suggest that in the interest of transparency and accessibility to our constituents, and we have a completely different plan that comes forward, we should offer the same opportunity the first or the second time. So thank you.
Councillor Hazelton.
Thank you, Mayor Coetzee. I just wanted to offer a slightly different perspective or area of concern. I heard from the planner that they're reducing their building from 2 bedrooms to 1 bedroom. But I'm scrolling up and down between pages 63 and 62, showing the proposed building. And I observe that the master bedroom, which is on the main floor, could have a completely similar sized bedroom on the unfinished basement area, which is likely a future, because the windows are all there, the doorway access is all there. I think that I get concerned when somebody builds something with a future expectation of livable accommodation, but isn't transparent in their design diagram that that's where they're going, because I can't imagine why you'd put all such wonderful windows and everything else in the basement if you weren't planning to do something like that. So I'm a little skeptical about that. I would think that that's another area of scrutiny that we would want to look at. But I actually like Councillor Wianko's path on this. If you build it where you can, you don't need variances or a zoning bylaw amendment. So why don't we just build it where you can? Anyways, my comments, thanks.
Dr. Spilliff, followed by Councillor Douglas.
Thank you, Mayor Coetzee. So we have the option, I've had my team look into this while the debates or discussion's been continuing. We have the option of continuing this public meeting at a future date if we choose not to close this meeting on this item.
Would that not be achieved by deferring?
As long as the meeting stays open, then I'll leave that. I'll ask Clerk Way to clarify that from a procedural perspective. Thank you.
Through your worship, if I may, I think in this instance, so normally at the end of our public meetings, you declare the public meeting over. And I think sometimes we do that more out of just clarity to where we are in the agenda. But perhaps in this circumstance, if we make a statement saying that this public meeting is recessed, then we'll make note of that in the minutes. So this matter can come back for a continuation of this public meeting.
Councillor Douglas.
So just for further clarification to Clerk Way, are you suggesting that we leave the meeting open and don't defer or do anything with this file? Just so we have some clarification on that.
I think perhaps referring it might be better than a deferral in this circumstance. A deferral is kind of usually we're not looking, referring it is clearly asking for more information. A deferral is we're not making a decision right now. So I think referral in this circumstance would be a better option.
Okay, and further to that, if I may, Mayor Coetzee, another question on this. If we do that, I'm just kind of curious about the fees that have already been paid for this application. If the application actually changes to something else, which isn't zoning or goes back to minor variance, would the fees that have already been paid to the township be transferable to the new form of application on this particular applicant, for this particular applicant. I mean, my point to this is trying to be friendly to our applicant and not cause them any further financial stress to try and get and achieve what they would like to have and what is acceptable by the township. Thank you.
Resubmit fees. Thank you.
Sorry?
Oh, I beg your pardon. I'm getting my internet connection is unstable. Okay, there we go. Through your worship, under normal circumstances, we would require the applicant to resubmit the application and resubmit fees if the application was denied. Thank you.
Thank you. So in other words, if we refer or defer, fees would not have to be resubmitted.
That's correct, your worship.
Thank you. One question, if I may, for I probably misread. The basement area, did you include that in your square footage in your analysis of this report as livable space?
Through your worship, I believe so, but I would have to review it again. It has been a bit of time since we wrote this report, so I do apologize.
That I mean, I'm thinking of Councillor Hazelton's concern about, you know, it shows an unfinished basement, but what if it's including the square footage, then it doesn't matter. If a fair section of it was of adequate height to be included.
Yes.
Okay. Council, I'm going to recommend referral based on this discussion and the suggestion of our clerk. So I'm going to ask all those in favor of referral. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We're up to 6 anyway. So we're referring this particular item. And so I don't know if that has to, whether we have to declare anything about the nature of this being an open or closed meeting, but I'm just going to go to the next items, which are not open to the public. Okay. So I'm now going to go to planning application. Well, I should say, actually, thank you very much to Ms. Luchuk and Mr. Jackson for presenting. And our conclusion is we would wish you to continue discussions with staff in order to see if we can't come to a resolution that is satisfactory to both yourself and to the township. And thank you very much for your time this morning. With that, Council, let's talk about item 8A, which is the official plan amendment 021-2 and zoning bylaw amendment Z21-18 for 509 Hiawatha Road. And this, of course, we met on this, I think it was a couple of months ago. I've lost track, and now it's coming back. And Ms. Yanni, you will be presenting on this, please.
That is correct. Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. I will be speaking to this application. Allow me to share my screen in a minute here. I hope everyone can see my screen.
You can see your screen. Thank you.
Okay, so I will be speaking to the official plan and zoning bylaw amendment application for 509 Hiawatha Road. This application was brought to council at the Feb 15 council meeting, where concerns were raised with regards to identification of deer habitat area, designation of the subject property, size of existing dwelling, which is proposed to be converted to a sleeping cabin, and its setback from the high water mark. The decision on the application was deferred until a site visit could be conducted to obtain additional clarification on these matters. A site visit was conducted by township staff on March 17, 2022. Just as a quick recap, the official plan amendment is to facilitate conversion of the existing non-compliant dwelling to a sleeping cabin and to recognize its location in the front yard of the subject property. The proposed zoning bylaw amendment is to permit redevelopment of an existing undersized lot, recognize the conversion of the existing non-compliant dwelling applicable exemptions to the gross floor area, maximum deck encroachment, and side yard setback. In terms of recommendation, staff recommend the Township of Georgian Bay Planning Council grant approval to the official plan and zoning bylaw amendment application. I'll quickly go over these items that were also discussed in the previous meeting. Here's the location of the subject property. The subject property has municipal road access by means of Hiawatha Road. The area of the subject property is approximately 0.36 hectares, and the frontage is approximately 42.7 meters along the shoreline and 32.1 meters on Hiawatha Road. Here's the aerial view of the subject property. The property is surrounded by residential development towards north and south, Gibbs towards the east, and Treat Crown lands towards the west. Here's a site plan of the proposed development, which shows the existing and proposed development on the subject property. The structure highlighted in red is the existing cottage, which the applicant is proposing to convert to a sleeping cabin. The one in yellow is a new proposed cottage, and I have a PDF of this plan ready if you want to zoom in for a closer look after the presentation. In terms of the policy framework, the subject property is considered rural lands in the context of PPS. The property is designated waterfront area in the district official plan, and significant wildlife habitat has been identified on the property in the form of Stratum 2 deer wintering area. The property is designated waterfront in the township official plan, and both type 1 and type 2 fish habitat have been identified on the property. Township staff have consulted with the environmental consultant and have confirmed that a fish habitat impact assessment is not required for this application. Lastly, the property is zoned shoreline residential type 1. For the next few slides, I will address the concerns that were previously raised pertaining to the proposed development. The first item is the deer wintering area designation. As you can see in the figure on your screen, vast areas of land hatched in purple and yellow are identified as deer wintering areas in the township as per district official plan mapping. Section C1.4.4.1 of the district official plan states that deer wintering areas have been identified through significant wildlife habitat assessments in the district, and the general intent of the plan is to conserve valuable conifer thermal cover, feeding areas, and movement corridors associated with deer wintering areas. Based on the above, it is staff's opinion that the importance of deer wintering area is not based on the quantity of deer that have traditionally accumulated on these lands, but the overall conditions which constitute the winter habitat of deer. This area presents potential to serve as deer wintering area, and while deer might not gather in this area in large numbers at present, it has the necessary conditions to serve that ecological function in the future. As you can see in the figure on your screen, the lands abutting the subject property highlighted in blue are crown lands. I would like to note that although the subject property is designated deer wintering area, it is not the property itself which will serve this ecological function. As such, the rationale behind staff's recommendation is that the potential of the crown lands to serve as a deer wintering area can be better supported by enabling a greater setback between the crown lands to the east and the development on the subject property. As the proposal constitutes conversion of an existing dwelling to a sleeping cabin in its current location, staff are of the opinion that relocating the structure in the rear yard due to closer to the deer wintering areas is not desirable. Another concern that was raised was flooding. Staff reviewed the location of the proposed sleeping cabin in context of the flooding concerns during the site visit. Figure 2 shows the view of the lake from the existing deck, which also shows the slope of the abutting shoreline. Staff note that the location and elevation of the proposed sleeping cabin and the staircase used to access the water body are above the high water mark, and therefore the comments raised about potential flood risk to this property are not relevant to this application. The applicant, with regards to impacts and views, the applicant is not proposing to construct a new sleeping cabin on the subject property, but convert the existing dwelling to a sleeping cabin. As the existing dwelling is a legal non-compliant structure, the conversion has no further foreseeable impact on the shoreline or the surrounding development. With regards to shoreline disturbance, as per the objectives of the township contained in the official plan, the general intent is to protect the shorelines and natural habitats. Further, it is a goal of the township, as noted in section A1.2.2.c of the official plan, to support environmentally and economically sustainable development. Staff are of the opinion that moving the dwelling from its existing location is not desirable from an environmental perspective due to the potential disturbance to the shoreline and associated mitigation measures that would be required. Permitting the conversion of the existing dwelling to a sleeping haven has no additional impacts to shoreline views due to its existing nature and serves two functions. One, it avoids disturbance to the shoreline, and the second, it avoids potential impacts to the abutting significant wildlife habitat, or that's the deer wintering area. I will just briefly go through the overall planning summary. With regards to the PPS, the applicant's proposal is consistent with the PPS as residential development is permitted on the subject property. Also, the PPS does not permit development in significant wildlife areas. With regards to the district official plan, the proposed uses are permitted in waterfront designation and compatible with the surrounding residential development. With regards to the township official plan, the proposed uses are permitted on the subject property and development is generally consistent with the surrounding development. There are no further anticipated impacts from the proposed conversion as the structure is already existing. As stated previously, the relocation of the existing sleeping cabin in the rear yard is not desirable at this time. And recognition of the location of the sleeping cabin in the front yard is reasonable. With regards to the zoning bylaw, the subject property is an existing undersized lot of record. It is our understanding that the cottage was built in 1960s and therefore considered legal non-compliant. The existing and proposed uses are permitted on the subject property. No additional impacts from shoreline aesthetics are anticipated as the proposed new dwelling complies with all applicable provisions of the zoning bylaw. Based on the rationale discussed previously, conversion of the existing dwelling to a sleeping cabin limited to its existing location and footprint of the dwelling is reasonable. However, any future replacement of the sleeping cabin shall be as per the applicable provisions of the zoning bylaw for SR1 zone. Staff recommend approval of the application on the basis that the application is consistent with the PPS, conforms to the district and municipal official plan, and maintains the general intent of the zoning bylaw. I'll be happy to answer any questions at this time.
All right, thank you very much. Appreciate that presentation, and to the best of my knowledge, we know that there's the applicant and the neighbors are in attendance. However, this is not a public meeting, and therefore I'm not going to ask them to speak, though if a counselor has a particular question that they can answer best, we will allow them to answer. But I don't want any presentation. I want us to stick to the matter at hand. And with that, I am going to start with Councilor Yanko, please.
I want to address a couple of issues. First of all, this deer area, the entire western shore of Gibson Lake. And if you look at that diagram, most of 6 Mile Lake. So you're talking hundreds and hundreds of acres involving hundreds and hundreds of cottages are in the same situation as this cottage. We all back onto deer harvesting area, deer habitat area and so on. So I think that's a red herring on this whole issue. So that shouldn't even be brought into it because it applies to just about everybody in our area. The other issue is that the idea of moving the cottage back might have an environmental impact or other impacts. Well, that argument can be made for moving anything back from the water. It could be used as a standard argument why you shouldn't move a cottage back from the water and so on. So I think those two issues are red herrings and they should be negated. And so I know this property, I've seen this property. There is plenty of room back there to move this cottage back, or the bunkie back or whatever, move it back to a more appropriate spot. And even if you have to move the location of the new cottage, that can be all worked out. But to argue that there's going to be an environmental impact by moving this cottage should be negated, because that applies to any decisions that we make at council.
Councilor Cooper, followed by Councilor Wojcik.
Thank you very much, Mayor Kutzier, and thank you for the presentation. I have a few quick comments, starting with my neighbor and on the screen anyway, Councillor Wianco. I thought his points were certainly very interesting and relevant. I have one question though, with respect to the size of the sleeping cabin, supposed sleeping cabin. What is the size, please? GFA?
Allow me 1 minute to double check. The GFA is definitely over what is submitted, but just give me 1 minute to look through the exact numbers.
I think it was just over 700 square feet.
Okay, so it basically it's over what's typically allowed for a sleeping cabin. I'm concerned about potentially 2 dwellings on a relatively, well, quite a small area, and that concerns me. I was interested in a few other comments. I was interested in the comment about not having a public meeting after the point I just raised in the last presentation. So concerning. And, you know, I saw some arguments about this being environmentally friendly and economically sustained, you know, helping economic sustainability. I'm sorry, I'm not buying much of that. I think things can be located in a better spot on this particular property, given what we're seeing here. And I think there should be a bigger effort to try and comply. So that's my take on it. Thank you.
Councillor Bocheck, followed by Councillor Douglas, please. Oh, sorry, Ms. Daney, you had an answer for us?
Yes, through you, Mr. Mayor, I just quickly wanted to respond to Councillor Cooper. The applicant is proposing the bunkie size to be 65.2 square meters, while 56 square meters is permitted.
Councillor Bocheck, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And not to sound insensitive or anything else, but this whole deer wintering thing is driving me crazy. We don't live in Toronto, in Yonge and Bloor. We shoot the animals when they come on the property and we eat them. That's what deer are for, and that's what we do up here. To call a staging area or a winter staging area for deer a reason to not develop or to move to that area is ridiculous. Once you shoot the deer and you eat it, it's no longer there. We need to get sensible in what we do. Our township is very unique, and having planning advice based on information that doesn't pertain to this area is ridiculous. I understand at the District of Muskoka, they have targeted these areas as deer winterization areas. This whole township is deer winterization area because I get my tags every year and I shoot them every year. I know where they are, and so does everybody else that lives up here. Not an excuse, not a reason not to move this back to a proper area. I see no reason that this can't be done properly. And I feel that the application or the process that we're dealing with here doesn't deal with real facts. And I'll leave it at that. There's no reason why this development can't be moved to where it's suitable. Thank you.
Councillor Douglas.
Well, thank you. Well, I concur with my fellow councillors on many matters, especially with the deer habitat area. I don't know when the mapping was done by the district, but listen, it's all these properties abut onto that area, and that's where the deer are. I beg to differ that there are deer on these properties around the houses because they don't need to be when there's activity and there's not as much feeding ground. And I live here all winter, so I see it like firsthand. I see it. No, that's only my property. I'm familiar with this property. I think what's being proposed here, they're asking for many things that do not comply with our current zoning bylaws or I've mentioned this in previous files that I'd like to see our township and our planners be consistent with files. We're not allowing certain things for one person, but okaying it for someone else, which I totally disagree with. And I think that this can be done, and it can be done environmentally soundly. We are looking at an undersized lot. What I'm seeing up on the scale drawings now, this may not be accurate, and it's something that would be addressed, I'm sure. The setbacks, even with the new dwelling, which is oversized for an undersized lot, are look like they're sitting on very, very close to the septic. Well, are we going to be asking for a different setback for the septic? I don't know, but there's requirements there as well. I think that this can be done in a proper manner, and I don't think this is the way to go about it. And I can't support this in any way. And I'm not sure that this has come back as a deferral. Can somebody please answer that question? Maybe, did it come back as a deferral?
Through you, Merkutz here, to Councillor Douglas, it was requested by council that administration conduct a site visit on this property, and the matter was deferred pending the site visit, which I conducted personally on March 17th of 2022. Thank you.
And if just further to that, Dr. Spula, were you able to see the lake? Because it looks like it was all snow and frozen. So I'm not sure you could see where the shoreline would be.
The shoreline was visible due to melting. It was approximately between 12 and 15 Celsius that day. So there was melting occurring. Thank you.
And were those pictures taken on that day? Out of curiosity.
Those pictures were taken during my site visit. So
Yep, thank you.
There was visible water in some locations. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that.
Ms. Sandy, did you want to make an additional remark?
Yes, through you, Mr. Mayor, for the benefit of the council, I wanted to note one nuance that is associated with this application, is that the applicant is requesting to convert the existing dwelling to a sleeping cabin. So had this been another scenario where the applicant was proposing a new sleeping cabin in the front yard setback, the recommendation would have been taken into consideration in the consideration of the application. At that time, the applicant, because the site constitutes stratum 2 deer wintering areas where development is allowed with certain caution and certain measures if undertaken. The applicant in that case would have been asked to move or to build the bunkie in the rear yard setback with appropriate measures. But in this case, the nuance that has to be considered is that the applicant is requesting a conversion of an existing dwelling. So all the non-complying aspects of the application are associated with the existing dwelling, and none of the proposal does not contain any new structures that are being built as a part of this application. Thank you.
Councilor Jarvis.
Yeah, we just had another application that we referred so the applicant could look at moving that building back, and I think the idea of moving this building back is a good idea, and removing the current structure as part of that makes total sense to me. So I'm in agreement with whatever's been most of councilors already stated in that. I think my preference is to not allow the conversion of that current building into a sleeping cabin, allow the construction of the new build. But yeah, this deer habitat thing is, or deer wintering spot is, I love the term red herring for deer wintering. I don't see how they're related, but it seems like a bit of a red herring to me.
Dr. Spill, you had an additional comment?
Thank you, Mayor Coutts here. I'd like to highlight for council that this application is completely different from the previous application that we heard for 175 Wesley Road. As Gersimmer's noted, this is an existing dwelling unit that's being proposed to be converted to a sleeping cabin, which means removing the plumbing from it, essentially, and proposal for a new structure. We're talking about a different set of circumstances, and it's up to council to decide whether they accept the recommendation of the professional planners in this situation, or if they and the recommendations of the professional planners are consistent with the District of Muskoka official plan, the Township of Georgian Bay official plan, and the Township of Georgian Bay zoning bylaw, or if they choose to make a different decision. It's council's prerogative. Administration's laid out the facts for council to consider in this matter. Thank you.
Thank you. I think I'm taking quite a very different approach than seems in a number of you on council. And I actually went to the property probably a month and a half ago now and walked it and looked at the situation with permission of the applicants. And I think we have to understand that the applicants want to build a house on the property, that they have in their discussions in building that house have reduced it so that everything is on site, including lot coverage and all that. So there's nothing about the application that is irregular other than retaining this sleeping cabin. Yes, we're recognizing an undersized lot, but that undersized lot's going to exist whether we recognize it or not, because they haven't bought the neighbors. The existing cottage is not that visible to most of the river or neighbors. It turns out that one of their neighbors owns what was formerly an island in front of them, and that blocks off the view for most people. And the back side of that property has a long row of cedars planted so that the view is blocked. In other words, this cottage is not a significant visual. This does not have significant visual impact on the neighborhood or the neighbors or the boaters going by. The idea of picking up the existing cottage and moving it to the backyard is obviously not something that the applicants are asking for. And whether there are deer or not, there's going to be obviously some, some trees would probably have to be taken down to place it in the backyard. And, we're asking, we'd be asking the applicants to go to a significant expense to do that. I think, in my opinion, what they want is not that unreasonable an ask. Yes, the sleeping cabin is 100 odd feet larger than what we normally allow. And yes, it would be in the front yard as opposed to the backyard as what we would normally allow. But from my perspective, because it's not that much of a, let me call it visual blight as it currently exists, whether it's in the front yard or the backyard, the biggest, let me call it victims of that would be the applicants, because they're going to be looking out the front windows of their home and looking at this cottage as opposed to a bare rock. So, and we know from a number of neighbors, they have no issue with that aspect. And therefore, from my perspective, the only thing that they're asking, which is of significance to me, is they're asking permission to have an existing building that is 100-foot oversized compared to our 600-foot limit, becoming a sleeping cabin. And if they were building a new one, I would say no, and I'd say it has to be in the backyard, but they're not. This is an existing, it's been there for half a century or more. And so I don't think their ask is all that out of line. I think it's reasonable under the circumstances. You tear it down, then you're still left with the foundation stuck in the rock there. It's not like it's going to be a perfectly natural site afterwards. So my take on the whole thing is that I don't consider their request out of line. I think it's a reasonable request under the circumstances. I see lots of hands, so I think we're going to do a second round, and the order I see is Bocek, Douglas, Wienko. So let's start with Councillor Bocek, please. If you can. Not getting a response from Councilor Bolduc. Let's start with Councilor Douglas.
Thank you. You know, these are all really good comments, but it just gets down to a couple of things for me. One, I'd like to make a clarification. I don't think any of us are comparing this application with the last application. I think what the comparison is to be consistent with how we put applications together and make recommendations. So I just want to be clear on what my thought was on that is I would like us to stay consistent in our planning department in our recommendations. I think where we can make our bylaws work for us and you can comply, we should. It may be somebody has said it's not a problem. One neighbor, I believe, sent a letter in saying it's not a problem, but that doesn't mean that the rest of the lake feels the same way. And once we start doing this with one applicant, does it set a precedence? So I foresee that this can be moved back without, yes, it may not be the most ideal thing to the applicant. I do believe that you can restore that rock to its natural ability or its natural format as I have done this before. So I know for sure that that can be ground down and made to look natural. I think we're looking for compensation on an oversized cabin, compensation to have a cabin in front of a dwelling, which is something that we do not allow for in our bylaws. And I think we should stick to that. And but mostly I feel sorry for the applicants, but this is something that we have developed over time. And we should stay consistent with that where we can. And I think in this particular instance, we can make this property comply. It's just going to take an effort. Thank you.
Councilor Bolduc.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have no further comments. I made my statement earlier. Thank you.
Okay. Councilor Yanko.
One thing that I'm proud of of this council is that we have been pushing back on planning issues and tightening up our regulations and so on. And here we are trying to make excuses to not apply our existing policies. And I think that's a step back. I think we have to be forward-looking. We need to, where possible, have our residents comply to existing policies and procedures and so on. And in this case, it is possible for these people to comply. So I don't think we should be making excuses and looking for reasons why we shouldn't have them comply, because it's a step backwards. So I think we should have this cottage moved back and so on, and continue on with our abidance to our planning regulations.
Ms. Rousseau, you want to jump in?
Thank you very much, Mayor Couture. Just wanted to respond to maybe a few of the comments that are being made in terms of respecting the planning policies. So when we review an application, come up with our recommendation and our reports, we're looking at the whole suite of policies, which, as you know, goes from the provincial policy statement, the District of Muskoka official plan, and the township's official plan. So we need to look at all of those applicable policies. And there is some balancing or some determinations where in some cases we can get to a positive recommendation, and in other cases, based on the policies, the applicable policies, we can't get to a positive recommendation as we're seeing today. And so our recommendation, our professional planning recommendation, looks at all of those things that we need to take into account when making a recommendation and when council makes a planning decision. And that's why you see some of the questions that are being brought up. But that's where our recommendation comes into play.
Thank you. Councilor Jarvis.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, I found your argument pretty convincing. I'm still going to make that comparison to the previous application. I think the idea, generally speaking, from a planning standpoint and council, is we'd like things to be moved back from shoreline whenever and wherever possible. It's just as a general rule, and that was my thinking initially. This building's been there for a while. Nobody seems to have any issue with it as it is. The combined footprint of the two buildings is not going to be an issue. So I think I've been convinced that we should allow this one to go through.
Councillor Cooper, please.
Yes, I haven't been persuaded from my original position on this. I think the building can be moved. If it can comply, it should comply. And to suggest there isn't any visual impact, there, in a sense, there's some there now. And I think if we can make it more compliant and the cabin, sleeping cabin, oversized, is pushed back into the property, and a new building is permitted, we'd be in a much better place. And I really liked what Councillor Rienko had to say about, you know, stepping it up a bit in terms of making sure we do things that are environmentally right and appropriate. So I can't support this as it stands. Thank you.
Any other comments before I call the, excuse me, call the vote? What I have in front of me. Moved by Councillor Bochek, seconded by Councillor Douglas. To be it resolved that Council receives Development Service Report 2022-28 and adopts Amendment 16 to the official plan to permit the conversion of the existing non-complying dwelling to a sleeping cabin and recognize its location in the front yard of the property. And that Council enacts Bylaw 2022-036, being a zoning bylaw amendment, Z21-18, to permit redevelopment of an existing undersized lot and recognize the conversion of the existing non-complying dwelling to a sleeping cabin, recognize its location in the front yard of the subject property, and provide applicable exemptions to the gross floor area and side yard setback. Any final comments or questions? All those in favor? All those against? So I have 2 in favor, 3 against, but if I can only get 2 in favor, it's not going to carry. So that is defeated. Thank you. Council, it's almost 1:45. Do you want to keep going? We have a few more items to go through and see, and then have a late lunch, or we'd like to break for lunch and come back. Your choice. Keep going is what I think Councillor Bochek is saying. Okay, we'll keep going. So let's go to 8B, zoning bylaw amendment Z21-20 for 2 Island 2170 in Cognoscene. To our planning department.
I will be speaking to this application. Please allow me to share my screen. I hope everyone can see my screen. So the second application that I will be speaking to is a zoning bylaw amendment for 2 Island 2170 in Cognoscene. The applicants for the proposed zoning bylaw amendment application are Jamie Clark and Megan Carney, and their agent is Joshua Morgan of Morgan Planning and Development Inc. The proposed zoning bylaw amendment application is to lift the holding symbol. The criteria to remove the holding symbol is completion of a site plan agreement between the township and the owner. Staff recommend that the Township of Georgian Bay Planning Council grant approval to the proposed zoning bylaw amendment application. Here's the location of subject property. The subject property comprises of an island located northeast of Kennebec Island and west of Freddy Channel in Cognoscene waterfront community. The subject property is irregular in shape, has an area of approximately 0.91 hectares and a frontage of approximately 151 meters. Here's an aerial view of the subject property. The property is currently occupied by a detached dwelling and moderate vegetation. Surrounding land uses comprise of other shoreline residential properties. Here's a site plan of the proposed development, which shows the existing and proposed development on the subject property. The existing dwelling is highlighted in red and the proposed development is shown in yellow in the figure on your screen. The applicant previously obtained an official plan and zoning bylaw amendment to permit a sleeping cabin in the front yard of the subject property with a minimum setback of 2.5 meters to the high water mark. with a maximum gross floor area of 93 square meters, and to permit the construction of a new dwelling with a maximum width of 29 meters. A site plan agreement for the subject property was completed and registered on February 24, 2022. In terms of the policy framework, the subject property is considered rural lands in context of the PPS, and the property is designated waterfront area in the district official plan and is surrounded by cold water lake with moderate to high potential for archaeological resources. The property is designated waterfront in the township official plan and located within the Cogmachine waterfront community. The property is located adjacent to type 2 fish habitat. Lastly, the property is zoned shoreline residential island 7, exception 63 holding. So SRI 763 holding. With regards to a brief overview of the planning report, the applicant's proposal is consistent with the PPS as residential development and accessory uses are permitted on the subject property. Proposed residential use and sleeping cabin is permitted in the waterfront designation. To address the abutting cold water lake, site plan contains provisions for construction mitigation, including the installation of sediment and erosion control works and vegetation. Further, the district typically requires archaeological assessment when 5 or more lots are being created or developed. It was therefore not required for the proposed development. The proposed uses are permitted on the subject property in context of the township official plan. The applicant applied for and obtained an official plan amendment application to address any previously identified deficiencies on the subject property. There are no further concerns at this time, and the proposal conforms to the township official plan. The applicant applied for and obtained a zoning bylaw amendment to address the deficiencies identified with regard to the zoning bylaw as well. Staff note that the subject property has an area of 0.91 hectares and a frontage of 151 meters, while the zoning bylaw requires an area of 1 hectare and a frontage of 180 meters. No further amendments are required to address the lots, as the subject property represents an existing undersized lot of record. With regards to recommendations, staff recommend approval of the application on the basis that the condition for removal of holding symbol was completion of a site plan control agreement, and a site plan control agreement for the subject property has been completed and registered on February 24, 2022. That is the end of my presentation, and I'm happy to take any questions now.
All right, thank you very much. Council, I know that Councillor Bocek's hand's up because he hasn't taken it down, but other than that, any councillor have any questions in regard to this? Councillor Cooper, please.
2 or 3 little questions here. Generally, I'm not that concerned about this, but I would like to know a couple of things. Was there site visit completed? Yes or no?
It's my understanding that a site visit was not completed for this application.
I'm sorry to hear that. Secondly, I wonder, so this is about 2 acres, so you know it's not quite meeting the standard, but it's pretty close. Having said that, I wondered, is there any reason that the site plan agreement cannot be embedded in a zoning bylaw amendment so that it's really adhered to?
Dr. Espilla.
Through you, Mayor Kutsier. So there are 2 separate applications under different sections of the Planning Act. The site plan approval, once the application is approved, the planning department and the township have the authority to enforce to ensure that the site plan is complied with. So they're 2 separate processes to answer Councillor Cooper's question, and we have the ability to enforce them. Thank you.
Thank you. So follow up, I wasn't questioning the ability to do that, but we have not been that vigilant from that perspective. And that's why I'm asking about embedding it. Is there any reason it can't be embedded in a zoning bylaw? Yes or no? I'm just curious. And secondly, I thought we sort of had a requirement that every application like this has to have a site visit, and I'd like to know about that as well. Thank you.
I'll speak to both through Mayor Kutsier. So we have, under our site plan control bylaw, we have various triggers for when site plan control applies. And when it doesn't, we have the opportunity, and there have also been recent legislative changes to the Planning Act with respect to site plan approval. So on that note, there have been recent additional delegated authorities provided to staff through changes to the Planning Act on site plan approval. And if it's council's wish, we can provide them with an update at another time, as that's not our primary focus here today. As for site visits, for some of our older files, we've not made site visits for a variety of reasons, primarily access to the properties. On all new applications moving forward, we are conducting site visits. Thank you. Sarah, if you'd like to add.
Thank you, Dr. Spilla. Yeah, I just wanted to follow up on that too. So as Ms. Sani outlined in her report, this is a hold removal. So essentially what we are reviewing at this time is the conditions for the hold to be removed, which was simply the matter of having a site plan control agreement approved by the township. As Ms. Sani noted as well, there was the official plan amendment and zoning bylaw amendment done last year, which would have reviewed kind of all of the details related to the site and the development and everything at that time. So I haven't gone back just now to look at the report, but I would assume a site visit would have been done as part of that detailed review and the appropriate development of the property. Whereas at this stage, we're kind of at the last step, the hold removal, the check mark, did you do X, Y, and Z? And in that case, that may have been why a site visit was not completed for the hold removal in particular.
As a follow-up to my questions, is there any reason that a site plan agreement can't be embedded in a zoning bylaw? Yes or no? I'm just trying to get to the bottom of that. I know what I heard that there's been changes to various provincial regulations. Can it be done or not?
And through you, Mayor Coutier, I've not seen it done. They're two separate provisions under the Planning Act. So there'd be two separate files. Just like we have applications where we have an official plan amendment running concurrent with a zoning bylaw amendment, we may have a zoning bylaw amendment run concurrently with the site plan agreement. They're two separate things. They can be run in parallel, but they're not combined. Thank you.
Councilor Jarvis, please.
While I have no issues with this as it currently stands, I can't help but notice this seems like the original, which we've already passed. So this is redundant in a certain extent. And if you'll permit me, Mr. Mayor, I just want to make the quick comment that the amendment we made back in November of 2021 with regards to that sleeping cabin looks very sneakily similar to the one we just turned down a moment ago. And I find that very interesting. Otherwise, I have no other issue with this at all.
Yeah, I think we should be very clear that we approved the changes to the buildings on this property back in November. But one of the conditions of that approval, which is was that they had to file a site plan agreement, and we made the decision at that time, I think with the recommendation of staff, that we put a hold on the property until they filed the site plan agreement, because we didn't want them to go ahead and getting building permits and doing everything without that site plan agreement. So this is just a follow-up. That the good news is they got the message and they filed the site plan agreement. And your observation, Councillor Jarvis, I can't help but say I made the same one. Any other comments from council? I have moved by Councillor Douglas, seconded by Councillor Cooper. Be it resolved that council receives Development Services Report 2021-29 and enact bylaw 2022-037, being a zoning bylaw amendment, Z21-20, to lift a holding or H symbol on lands located at 2 Island 2170 Cognachine. All those in favor? And that is Carried. And now we go to a couple of staff reports that we have on our agenda. The first being in regard to renaming a road in McTier. And who is presenting that?
It will be Darcy Persad of the Planning Department, Your Worship.
Ms. Prasad. If you could go ahead, please.
Sorry, I was just waiting to be let in. It's giving me a hard time starting my video. Just 1 second.
I always feel much better when somebody much younger than I has a little computer frustration.
Yeah,
For
it's
some
giving
sad
me,
reason.
yeah, it's giving me a note saying failed to start the video camera. Please select another video camera in settings.
Darcy, that happened to me once, and it was because I had Teams opened with a video at the same time. So I'm not sure if that's your issue, but if that can help.
Okay, it is not my problem. I don't know if I leave and rejoin, if that will help. Should I try that? Do you want to move on to the next item?
Well, say if you like to give us a little more time, we can move to item B and then come back. So why don't we do that? And so item B is with regards to Robert Island on Go Home Lake, and I believe that is Dr. Spilla presenting that one. So we'll get it back to Ms. Prasad in a minute, or in a few minutes. We'll see how long this one takes, but once we're done. This one.
Thank you, Your Worship. If I can share my screen now. Thank you.
All right.
Okay, can everybody see my screen?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, so this is a brief presentation. We've been asked to provide a municipal comment form for a work permit under the Public Lands Act for the purchase of Crown land abutting 980 Island 80, otherwise known as Rabbit Island. So the Ministry of Northern Development, Mines, Natural Resources and Forestry office out of Perry Sound has asked that the township complete municipal comment form for the proposed property transaction, which I'm about to discuss. And staff are recommending that the township has no objection to the proposed property transaction. So as a location map, this is Rabbit Island on the west side of Go Home Lake. The circled area shows the subject property. If you can see my cursor, there is a Showroad Allowance that has been identified as being owned by the Crown. The township has done a title search and we have confirmed that we do not have ownership of the subject property. So we are in consistent opinion with the Crown that the Crown owns this Showroad Allowance. A little bit different than our previous conversations on Showroad Allowances. So requirements that the township's requesting of the applicant. Should the applicant wish to pursue any works on or near the shoreline, that the site alteration bylaw may apply, as it normally would for anybody who's looking at conducting works within 20 meters of our shores. The township would require that the proposed setback have a minimum of 20 meters from the high water mark. Apologies for the private road. That's a typo on my part. But it should be any proposed structure should be set back minimum 20 meters from the high water mark. Approval authority, planning council is being asked for the direction to respond with no objection to the proposed property transaction. Under the Public Lands Act, the Ministry of Northern Development, Mines, Natural Resources, and Forestry is the approval authority for this shore road allowance purchase. Thank you, and I'll turn it over to council for any questions at this time.
An unusual case being that with the Crown owning the shore road allowance around a private piece of property. There you go. We get surprised now and then. Council, any questions? Councilor Jarvis, followed by Councilor Cooper.
Do we get a cut?
No, Councilor Cooper.
Bummer.
Just curious about the term high water mark and Go Home Lake. I think Go Home Lake is fed by rivers and so forth. And so just wondering, typically the high water mark is a different kind of reference. So I'm curious about that one. Thanks.
I think Dr. Spill is having trouble hearing us, but because it's a controlled lake, I'm sure for planning matters that they will take into account what the level of that lake is, if there's an application.
That's fine. I just was curious. Thanks.
Councilor Rienko.
Yeah, well, I know a little bit about Go Home Lake. I don't know if Cynthia's obviously taken a pecuniary interest here, but their water levels fluctuate between summer and winter. Usually winter is a bit down and summertime is up, but it's usually very consistently up in the summertime as a 6 mile lake. Unlike Gibson Lake that can go 9 feet. So yeah, control lakes are fairly consistent.
Councilor Bochek.
Just to add to that, this lake is part of the Muskoka watershed and it is controlled fairly well by hydro. And they have had some issues in the past where water has fluctuated 6 feet, but it's a rare occasion and it's only when mistakes are made upstream to do with the damming. And for the most part, you'll find the water is fairly consistent year after year.
Thank you. Any other comments? I have moved by Councilor Rienko, seconded by Councilor Cooper. Be it resolved that council directs staff to respond with no objection on the municipal comment form for 980 Island 80 to purchase the provincially owned Shore Road Allowance. All those in favor? And that is carried.
Now, a question, Mr. Mayor, if I might.
Sorry?
A question, if I could.
Please.
I'm just wondering if there was, and I didn't see it in the report because I didn't read the report in its entirety, but the cost that the province charges per square meter of purchasing Shore Road Allowance. Was there any indication on that?
Not in the report that I read.
I'm just wondering because with the price of land real estate doubling and tripling, I'm wondering if maybe their price per square meter is far exceeds what we're charging, and maybe we should review our fee schedule. And I was hoping to get a little bit of information from them. Sorry.
I think the province, if you go to their website, they do have a fee schedule on selling Crown land, and plus also normally conditions that you have to meet in order to buy it.
Okay.
Because normally they don't allow you to buy Crown land, unfortunately. Okay, now the question is, Ms. Prasad, can you connect with us on the, you're right. Oh, there she is. That's a good sign.
Yes, I left and re-entered and closed everything. So let me just share my screen for a moment on the Middleton subdivision, Middleton Street subdivision. Okay, so we're going to start this presentation from the beginning. So this is a road naming request for Middleton Street and the related back to your bylaw. So a quick background, the developer requested that we accept a new name for Middleton Street. The new name is Hawkins Point Road. Currently, Middleton Street is named after a living person, the developer himself, and he doesn't want the street named after him. A lot of other surrounding municipalities have bylaws against this. And here's just the layout of the location of Middleton Street in relation to the S 2005-6 subdivision that is being planned. There's also an S 2005-5 subdivision that's being planned for the future. The District of Muskoka has no objections to the new name. And as the street is yet unoccupied and there are no lots built, there are no notices that need to be sent, and we can change the name of the street internally with council approval. So I drafted a bylaw that would just allow this process to be more expedient. And it is the recommendation of staff that council accepts the renaming suggestion of Hawkins Point Road and signs and accepts the related renaming bylaw.
Okay, thank you very much. Council. I see Councillor Bochek's hand. I don't know if anybody else has their hand up when I get to everybody else, but we'll start with Councillor Bochek, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And that all associated costs would be the responsibility of the applicant, because I know there's quite a bit of mapping and Google Earth and everything else that needs to get changed here. So just a confirmation that the township would not be funding this name change. Darcy, if you could comment on that.
Oh, go ahead, Chris.
Yeah. Through you, Mayor Coetzee, to Councillor Bochek, the township's not going to be funding this name change. It's at the request of the applicant.
Thank you.
Councillor Douglas.
Thank you. I just would like to say that I have no objection to this. I think it's, you know, our developer is, in my opinion, a very unassuming man and probably has good reason for wanting this to be a more appropriate name for this development. So I think it's a great name and I have no objections.
I have one question, and that is, in the resolution, you made reference to a road association. Is there a road association in regard to this road?
I don't think so. I took that from another road renaming report. So at this point, since there are no notices that need to be given, that was probably supposed to be taken out of the report.
Well, but it says we'll be responsible for all costs, and though I don't know if that should rephrase the developer.
Developer, okay.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Councillor Jarvis, followed by Councillor Wainko, please. You're muted, Councillor Jarvis.
Well, I wasn't for a moment and then I was again. I'll blame the computer technology. Sorry, does this road actually go to Hawkins Point? Is Hawkins Point an actual place, just out of curiosity?
Not that I know of, no. It was just a top suggestion of the developer and accepted by the district.
Okay.
Yeah.
Councillor Wienko, I believe your hand was up.
Maybe I don't need to talk. No, the district has sole decision on this matter because they have to make sure there's no other Hawkins Point in Muskoka. So if they have approved it, and I just checked on Google Maps, there's no other Hawkins Point Drive in Muskoka. So good to go.
I have moved. Sorry.
Sorry, I was just going to say there is a Hawks Road, but they deemed that different enough.
I have moved by Councillor Hazelton, seconded by Councillor Douglas. Be it resolved that the Development Services Report 2022-23, dated April 12th, 2022, with respect to the naming of one private road be received, and that the bylaw naming private road Hawkins Point Road be brought forward, and that the developer be responsible for all costs associated with installing appropriate signage. All those in favor? I see enough hands to say that is carried. Thank you. Well, we're down to my last page of resolutions. I have moved by Councillor Cooper, seconded by Councillor Bochek. Be it resolved that Planning Council adopt bylaw 2022-038. Is that still the right number, Ms. Way? No, zero. Is that 7? 037. All right. To confirm the proceedings of April 12, 2022 Planning Council meeting. All those in favor? And that is carried. Moved by Councilor Bocek, seconded by Councilor Rianko. Be it resolved that Planning Council does now adjourn at 1:09 p.m. until May 10th, 2022 at 9 a.m. or at the call of the chair. All those in favor? And we are now adjourned. Thank you.